Hi, everybody. Thank you for rejoining us at GreenTalks. We're very lucky to have with us today, or at this moment, after that really profound and tremendous talk about by Maddie Bufano about Shingwalk Residential School. I'd like to welcome with us today, Carrie Rutherford.
Good morning. Just checking on the Zoom operations, seeing if I have video yet. Good morning. Sadly, I was not able to listen to the previous presentation on residential schools. Hopefully there was some notes of hope and light amongst the darkness, because because this is our present in Canada. In that regard, I first, before anything else, want to point out that I'm speaking to you from Calgary, which is Treaty 7 territory, land that we gratefully share with the Nakota, the Tsuut'ina, the Siksika, the Piikani, the Kainai, and the Métis nations of Alberta. Of course, given the recent conversation you just listened to, the word share may be something that we should look into more deeply, but that's not our job here right now. But having said that, we do want to recognize, because of the Truth and Reconciliation considerations. Part of that is my colleague, Ed Chad, I believe also has a land acknowledgement that he was going to share with us. Ed, are you connected?
Thank you, Carrie. I'm Ed Chad. I go by he, him pronouns, and I'm from okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you hear the first part?
Yes.
Okay. I'm from Washington State of the USA, and Washington State is home to 29 federally recognized tribes and 7 tribes that are not recognized yet by the federal government. Some of them are recognized by the state, and quite a few of those tribes are still struggling to be recognized. And this is not to even mention a number of tribes that were essentially extirpated. We have a very rich heritage in this state of thousands of years of stewardship of the land that hopefully is going to continue to inspire people to find a way to get back to the kind of stewardship and really reverence for our beautiful planet that will enable us to continue living here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. So, who are we? You may be wondering. First of all, if you're new to watching blind people do visual presentations, here's a little breakdown. So up here, I'm listening to my note cards, which is what I keep looking at over there. Not that I can see it. I did have eyes once, but it's a habit. In any event, I'm listening to the information that I'll be transmitting to you, because otherwise I would just go on and on and on for hours and hours, and we wouldn't want that. Over here is where I'm interacting with the visuals and with the participants and sharing videos and stuff with you. This is also where I interact with Ed, obviously, as you've heard. Hannah, a telepathic connection to my brain, is my daughter. She's running the audios and visuals and will help me stay on track. And if anything strange and untoward happens, or if Ed disappears, because being on the other side of an international border, we all know how uncertain that is these days, right? So she's our secret backup. So having said that, Ed, do you actually want to give a short introduction of why the heck you're on this call with me?
Yes. So I've gotten to know Carrie through some other forums, and Carrie was very interested in some of the work I've been involved in through a group known as People's Voice on Climate. We are currently based in Washington State, and our claim to fame is that we didn't run, but we sponsored a rather elaborate citizens, or actually people's assembly on climate in Washington State. And we'll be talking about that effort a little bit later.
Thanks. So just as a reminder, here's a description of this little show. The title, what the heck is a climate assembly and why should I care? Did we save the world? Can we tell you how to? Is this technique any different from our last interesting election? Come and see. these results are interesting as well. So that was the summary of what was in the agenda. So the event I'm talking about, the Calgary's first climate assembly, was directly catalyzed by the COP26 People's Global Assembly. Its March United Nations publication that is happening sometime this month was a catalyst that made us really want to participate and become part of that. And actually Ed helped to encourage me to do so. So here's what they say. You're up. Tell me when. Okay. Global Assembly is the first of its kind in the world, conceived to raise community voices at global level for the sustainable future of planet Earth. We, Global Assembly members, have been selected by a lottery process to present the interests of the citizens. The purpose of the People's Declaration is to provide a flourishing Earth for all humans and other species, for all future generations. By uniting and rallying citizens and recognizing the needs of all, we can build consensus to generate community-level solutions and become decision makers. Are we good? Oh, we're having video issues. I'll just continue. In recognizing world leaders as our main audience, responsible for making high-level decisions on the climate crisis, we will demand climate action using strategic plan to achieve a solution to the climate crisis. Every human, regardless of background, should have a voice. One moment. How you going?
Sorry, it wasn't English.
Well, I'll just keep going. Hannah's working on it. So notice in what I said there, first of all, have been selected by lottery, step one. And secondly, notice world leaders and decision makers is our audience. So these are primary characteristics of civic assemblies, chosen by lottery because random selection, as anyone who's studied math stuff these days will probably tell you, is not really random, especially in populations. And the result is, of course, will still tend to be get overloaded with certain peoples based on, because our society is we connect to them through ways that are not random, right? We have devices that many people in the world don't have right now. So none of them are in this conversation. So that's not random. So chosen by lottery specific. In Europe, they often use the term sortition, and I've heard it referenced several times. And the point is that a region is given a vast quantity of connections, and then from amongst that grouping of responses, which is people of interest, then a demographic sweep is made. They call them mini publics because it's supposed to represent the actual demographic public in mini form, based on all the characteristics of a population. One moment. Having any luck?
Where are
globalassembly.org. I think we're on page 2. Apparently we both have to unmute. Warning to anyone who's doing this next. You both have to unmute. That's funny. Okay. All right. So also notice the comment about the audience being the political decision makers. So we're not just talking to ourselves. The point is that we want to create a product that we then can give to someone who can make a larger change just than you and me and the three people in this room. globalsummit.org. So none of this information will surprise Green Party members, nor strain the limits of their imagination. But how can it be facilitated? A civic assembly is a clever melding of statistical research and social justice. Choose an unresolved topic, ask for people who care about it, and put them all in a room. That sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it? It's all about the curation. Okay, back to Mila. Back to me, and then look at your man, and then look at me. I'm sorry, I had to do that. We all wish that we had the abs of the Old Spice guy, but we don't. You're gonna have to tell me if it's up or not.
Yeah, you're up.
Okay, thank you. So what I've done is I've edited a longer video, which I made last year, which will give some foundational details about this information. So I'm going to show that to you now. It's self-explanatory. Please forgive about 10 to 11 minutes in, there's a bit of a rough road. It clears up pretty quickly, but you know, I'm blind. I'm making videos. You got to be understanding. Okay, thank you. All right, now I'm going to do this. Call you in a minute, Ed.
App switcher, pages, blank page, canvas, cap D. Cap C, spec, space, emphasis, spec, space, new line, what spec, y, exclamation mark, new line.
Hi, I'm Carrie, and welcome to Climate Conversations and Contexts. It'll be quick and dirty because I'm going to try to get this done in 20 minutes, less than half an hour anyway.
App switcher, pages, Safari, Safari, selected, Safari, toolbar, back, dimmed, button.
You're listening to my device read to me because I'm legally blind, so I can't read you the stuff that's on screen, so it will have to read to you, which is probably for the better because there'll be fewer mistakes. I'm not going to go into the history of that. I've got tons of videos online. As I said, I'm trying to do this quick and dirty so that I can get a video which will be useful to people trying to communicate about the ecology and the sciences and the importance of climate with various different communities. And there's a lot of information about that, and I'm a communicator, so I decided it was about time I created something for not only the Alberta Green Party to use, but perhaps larger community of my Green Party colleagues.
Link.
So we're
Image.
starting with the Climate
Actions
Outreach
available. No
website.
description available.
Shh. Climate Outreach is a British organization.
Service. Get in. About the climate out. Photo. About climate. We're placing. We exist because climate change doesn't communicate itself, even with the increasing number of climate impacts. We help people understand this complex issue in ways that resonate with their sense of identity, values, and worldview. Informed consent and support from people across society and around the world creates what we call a social mandate for climate action, and we believe it's how real change happens.
So they've done work in Alberta, as you will soon discover. And, well, let's just go there.
App switch, Safari, pages, books, active, books.
This is one of their
Books,
publications.
Page 4 of 62. The Alberta Introduction, bookmark, The Alberta Narratives Project, ANP. The Alberta Narratives Project is a community-based initiative convened by the Alberta Ecotrust Foundation and Pembina Institute to seek ways of talking about climate and energy that reflect the shared values and identities of Albertans and to provide a more open and constructive basis for conversation. 75 organizations hosted 55 Introduction. The Alberta Words, Lines. The Alberta 75 organizations hosted 55 narrative workshops around Alberta, making this one of the largest public engagements of its kind. They spoke with a broad spectrum of people including farmers, oil sands workers, energy leaders, business leaders, youth, environmentalists, new Canadians, and many more. The project has communicate in this report the narrative workshops. The narrative workshop methodology is similar to that of focus groups. It typically involves 8 to 12 people in a structured discussion guided by a facilitator following a standard script and set of questions. A workshop is different from a standard focus group because of the attention it pays to understanding people's core values and identity. Within the Alberta Narratives Project, discussions were often hosted by peers, who helped to provide a safe, respectful space in which an honest diversity of views could emerge. To further ensure the comfort of participants, the topics of climate change and energy were not introduced until the second half of the discussion. Please see the description of the methodology in Appendix 2 of Report I.
They're calling them workshops. They're more commonly the term here around North America is public assemblies and civic assemblies, and that will come up shortly here.
Toolbar. Page 5. In this report the structure of this in this report, speaking rate, lines. Why quotation, why tested, the final why new, the selection of audiences. We chose 8 main groups for this report based on several criteria. First, the priorities and constituencies of the project partners. Secondly, the demographics of Alberta. Thirdly, identification by earlier communications research of the key constituencies that support or oppose action on climate change. Concerning Indigenous and First Nations audiences. The one major audience that has not been included at this time is people with a shared Indigenous experience. Initially we considered making adjustments to the proposed ANP program, but it became clear that moving forward required a new approach developed in collaboration with a broader group of Indigenous community partners. This work is forthcoming.
Okie doke.
Toolbar. Page 6. Climate Outreach Markup, bookmark. This report is therefore most valuable as a primer in the core values and concerns of each audience, helping communicators to construct effective communications using language that resonates. The proposed narratives attempt to distill this language. Language from test narratives can be used with the confidence that it has been tested and found to work. The quotations and new compositions, being untested, should be applied with more caution. It is important to stress that communicators must never just cut and paste language from a report. Throughout the ANP, participants expressed suspicion of over-designed language that sounds like a politician. They demanded that communicators be honest, authentic and respectful, and ideally similar to themselves. We therefore urge communicators to read this report, absorb its key findings and insights into the values and concerns of people living in Alberta. Then put it to one side and explore fresh language drawn from your own experience and the values you share with your audiences. More information on applying these findings is contained in the conclusions.
And just to point out, I will, of course, list all of these sites and all of these documents in great detail, how to access them and download them in the notes, because heaven knows there's nothing worse than sounding like a politician.
This is Albertan, but also part of a global process. For more on the Global Narratives Project and the other countries climate outreach is working in, visit climateoutreach.org/resources/global narratives/. Toolbar. Page 7. Climate Outreach Alberta Oil Sands Workers. Introduction. Oil and gas is the connection with the industry has a major influence on people's attitudes to climate change and energy. Contrary to the view of most climate change activists, this influence is less about self-interest than it is about a sense of shared identity. The value, widely noted in this study, that Albertans place on supporting each other and pulling together leads them to defend the industry, and often to dismiss climate change, out of a sense of loyalty to their wider community. As described in Report I, climate campaign messaging that blames the fossil fuel industry closes down the conversation. Many of those who might share concerns about climate change feel that they, too, are being attacked.
There's a lot of commentary here about people feeling that they're being blamed and attacked.
Books, active, Safari,
Do you know the former song?
climateoutreach.org, Safari, who we are vertical, Safari, about us, current page, visited, link, actions available.
Yeah, climate outreach, lots of work in Alberta.
Skip to main content, in who we are, heading level 1. Our story, Climate Access is a non-profit organization focused on building political and public support for climate and clean energy solutions by developing and promoting effective communication and engagement approaches. Since 2011, Climate Access has demonstrated the value of going beyond environmental frames and using new narrative concepts that have since become widely used, such as illustrating the interconnectedness between energy use and climate change and emphasizing the need for carbon-free or low-carbon energy. We introduced the idea of shifting from a should we act, to a we are acting posture with the preparation frame that places a greater emphasis on the need for communities to ready themselves for current and future climate impacts.
So Climate Access is an American organization. Obviously they've been around for a while doing stuff similar to Climate Outreach, and I'll draw your attention to the fact that Climate Access also mentions Alberta has been a client of theirs. That was dramatic, wasn't it?
App switcher. Safari, books, active, books, image, books, library, button. Library, Climate Outreach Alberta Narratives Report 2, Climate Communications and Behavior Change.
Climate
Toolbar.
Communications and Behavior
Page
Change.
29 of 54. The illustrates how cognitive in the power of tailoring strategies to audio the illustrates how cognitive and experiential change methods are most effective when climate communications and behavior change. Heading.
This part is called Understanding and Connecting with the Audience.
Toolbar. Page chooser. Page 29. Page 28.
There we go.
Part 2, Understanding and, in Section 1, we outline key components of narratives around global warming that address climate issues. Conveying concepts that can build awareness and concern is critical. Understand and relate to issues such as global warming in a variety of ways based on their social values and where they are at in the behavior change process.
Now, this document does not read as evenly as the other one did, and so I'm going to let you access it visually, and you can listen to what I do, but it kind of massacres it a bit.
These core differences into consideration. For example, offering incentives to choose clean energy are useless if the audience is at an early stage in the cognitive and behavior change process and has social values because their worldview tends to discount environmentalism as overly liberal and anti-authoritarian.
So starting too soon while we're preparing basically the template for these ideas is a waste of time. And they explain
Toolbar.
it better
Page chooser.
on the next
Page
page.
28. Adjust. Page 29. Climate communicate markup. Appearance. Search. The illustrate in the power of tailoring strategy in the illustrate when it comes to disinterest. The illustrates how cognitive and experiential change methods are most effective when people are at the early stages in a change process. While behavioral change make all the difference, whether help is coming from friends, family members, peer groups, or professional networks. Particularly given that change is a dynamic process and people regularly slip backward in the change process and need support and encouragement to continue forward.
So it's about change and how to facilitate that and make it actually work. And then there's these stages which this researcher has picked up on.
When it comes to global warming, one way to think about the process individuals and organizations typically go through when making a change in thinking and behavior is the following. Disinterest, the I won't change stage. People and organizations stuck in disinterest refuse to accept global warming as real or that it will have serious consequences and reject or even oppose calls to action. This is due to fear, inertia, or comfort with the current state of affairs. They make deliberation, the I might change stage. Individuals and organizations at the deliberation stage are just beginning to pay attention to global warming, but they have not yet determined how, can easily slip back to disinterest. To move to the next stage, the decision needs to be made that action is met with disapproval from peers. Design the I will change stage. People accept that global warming needs to be dealt with and begin to create a plan to act individually or at the organizational and political levels. These actions are assessed in terms of how they would look and feel. For example, an individual at the design stage may research alternatives to their gas-guzzling car, but if they can't imagine themselves driving a smaller vehicle, they might slip back to the earlier stages of change. Moving to the fourth stage of created, making a public commitment to implement them helps ensure there is follow-through. Doing that reduce carbon emissions, such as weatherizing homes or supporting climate policies. This are needed to avoid slipping backwards in the change process. On the other hand, if steps are further changes in thinking and behavior. Defending, the I have changed stage. People and organizations begin to integrate their new thinking and behaviors into daily life. Typically 6 months to a year after initial steps have been taken, to apply their approach. Given how the economy is structured and the lack of social support for and rewards are needed, yet at the same time, it can also be exhilarating because all sorts of new opportunities become apparent. List end. 29. Part 2. Toolbar. Page 30. Climate communicate. Address the bookmarked. Address the internal issues people and organizations are grappling with in each of the phases in, and defending, are already working to reduce their carbon emissions. They don't need more facts about the impacts of global warming. Instead, they need information and tools on how to overcome obstacles they face when trying to address the problem. They are therefore more likely people who have met similar challenges.
Now, this document,
Toolbar.
like the other
Page
one,
chooser. Page 30 of 54.
there's 54 pages to this document. The other one I looked at, I only got halfway through that one as well. So these documents listed in the notes are worth looking up if you want to learn more about this
App
stuff.
switcher. Books. Active. Safari. Climatexist.
I
Safari.
think, again, the important consideration is treating people with respect. And remember what the climate outreach said is that people want to hear from people who are like them.
Who we are. Heading level 1. Front page. Visited. Link. Navigation, landmark.
NOCA stands for the Knowledge Network of Climate Assemblies. So again, Climate Outreach was talking about workshops, but they were basically civic assemblies. There's a whole sub genre of those things around, and specifically, they call them climate assemblies because they're civic assemblies on climate. So I know this because I took part in a NOCA panel and I asked this question. It's like, well, what is this climate assembly? Well, it's a civic assembly on climate. So they just it's a jargon thing.
What is NOCA?
Unmute my audio. You know, I really wish, that we're all sitting in a room and I was pointing at a screen with a stick, because I can't see the screen, but still, the stuff we have to go through to make this stuff happen. Anyways, hello, Ed, you still there?
Yes, I am here.
Good day. Okay, so I'm warning all my Green Party associates. Hope you've trained yourself for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for people to raise hands, and hopefully we figured out in our earlier conversation if you can see that or not, Ed. We'll find out. So what I'm interested in is I've forgotten what it is. So there's a cross-fertilization of a whole bunch of things happening, some of which you just saw in that video. And so what I'm wanting Ed to watch for is if anyone has had any connection or awareness of any of these following things, I'd like you to raise your hand either on camera or using Zoom. I realize it's a little bit Alberta heavy, so that's just because that's where the assembly happened. But anyways, so the Alberta Narratives Project, have you heard or had anything to do with that? Drawdown.org, heard of it or had anything to do with it? And please keep your hand up if you're, I got to turn this off. Don't move, stay like that. Drawdown or Drawdown Alberta. Council of Canadians. Calgary's Climate Narratives, which is a unique place, which unfortunately we do not talk about. And the Calgary Climate Hub, or perhaps a local climate hub, which is centered on climate conversations. So all of these elements contributed in some way to Calgary's first climate assembly. So any responses, Ed?
David Woodbury has raised a hand, and I'm going to ask to unmute if David wants to say something.
Can I ask what you're aware of, Dave?
You are unmuted, I believe, David. And that's fine. We'll keep going. Thank you, David, for putting your hand up. So now that we're talking, Ed, now I want to inquire after some of that information we're talking about the Washington Climate Assembly. As we discussed earlier, as Ed mentioned,
I encountered him through the Kanoka that you saw on screen there a couple minutes ago. And frankly, I connected with him for two reasons. One is he's not a 6 or 8 hour time zone away, because I had to do all this complicated math to contact the people in Copenhagen or England or the Netherlands. And also, to be frank, Ed, it was kind of nice to talk to someone who only had, I'm assuming, one language, as opposed to the 4 or 5. They all talked English better than I did, and they had 3 others in their pockets. So,
Can you hear me now?
Hi, David.
Hi, sorry.
That's okay.
I had to do some technical stuff here. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
No, I have been active with the Council of Canadians and also local Fridays for Future group in PEI, far away from you in Calgary.
I don't hold that against you, David.
Good. I don't hold it against you that you're in Calgary. The belly of the beast.
I wasn't going to go into that too much, but since you mentioned it, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes. Sorry, Ed, you're connected with some unsavory characters here, but
of course.
Okay. Thanks, David.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I've been active with a few of those groups, but
Marvelous.
Locally here.
Right. That's good. That's good. Obviously. Yeah. Okay.
So thank you for letting me get into your conversation there.
Sure. Well, there'll be more at the end. Don't worry. We have one. And by the way, actually, we haven't mentioned this yet. We are keeping some space at the end for questions. So if you do have questions at all, we've got at least 10 or 15 at the end to address those, amongst other things. So
great.
For anyone who's paying attention. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll mute myself now.
Thanks, Ed. Dave. So, Ed.
Yes.
Washington. So, yes. So we connected through Kanoka. And then, as I said, you're only one time zone away. That helped too. And I was really interested in there being climate assemblies in the US because I hadn't encountered those yet. So I mentioned I was going to ask you for some stats. So if you could tell me a bit about, a couple minutes on the Washington Climate Assembly, and well, I'll let you decide what to share there.
Okay, yeah, I'll give a little introduction, and then you can pepper as many questions as you like. As Carrie said, there have not been any climate assemblies in the United States, although there's a wave of climate assemblies going around the world, including the global climate assembly that Carrie referred to. Our group is a group of climate activists. We were trying to push some very significant climate legislation with our state government. And we were frustrated by the disconnect between some really good climate targets that state government had set, and the lack of legislation to back them up. In this frustration, we became familiar with the wave of calls for climate assemblies around the world, and in particular, Extinction Rebellion in the UK had a massive demonstration that essentially shut London down for a couple of weeks. And one of their 3 demands was for a citizens' assembly on climate, which the UK did sponsor. Around the same time, a massive assembly effort was launched in France. Macron was the central organizer of that. And so our group of activists began asking our state government to sponsor a similar assembly of citizens. They did not follow our request. However, we found a number of key state legislators who were supportive of the idea, and they said, well, if you all can sponsor this yourselves, we'll support the idea. So we managed to put together $300,000. And with that money, we sponsored the creation of the Washington Climate Assembly. Because we were a group of activists and because we did not want any taint of our activism influencing the assembly, we created this very elaborate arm's length relationship with a contractor who actually ran the assembly. And the essence of the assembly, the way we did it, was very elaborate and quite scientific in terms of who would the participants be. We ended up with 77 Washingtonians who were randomly selected in a two-stage process. So stage one was thousands and thousands of Washingtonians were randomly called by a marketing firm, and then offered the opportunity to participate in the assembly. And in order to make sure to get rid of all possible barriers to participating, first, we were offering to pay the assembly members for their participation. And second, to give the members any kind of support that they needed. If they needed childcare, if they needed translation services, if they needed a computer, if they needed internet access, all those costs would be covered. Out of that initial round, we had several hundred people who volunteered to participate. And then out of that group, we didn't do it, a scientific group did what's called sortition, and they randomly selected 77 assembly members, and they were randomly selected in a stratified random sample to reflect 7 aspects of the demographics of Washington State. So
I'm going to stop you there, Ed.
What's that?
I'm going to stop you there. Okay. You still there?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, but you've gotten to an exactly perfect spot for me to bring in what I'm going to deal with next. So you've got right down to the mini public you're creating. So and we can go more from there at the second section. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And I have to kind of apologize to the people watching for us creating this as we go, but such is the nature of life. So don't go anywhere, Ed.
I'm here.
So let's build some foundations for the Calgary Climate Assembly. Now that you've heard a description of the Washington Climate Assembly put on by the what is it, the People's Voice? What is it called again, Ed? Sorry, the People's Voice on Climate?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So the Alberta Narratives Project from 2018 might have been my first introduction to the idea of civic assemblies, even though it's not so named by them, the Alberta Narratives Project. I see why you saw Bridging the Gap. This is your cue, Hannah. So I ran as a candidate in the last federal election. That's enough said about that interesting part of the last year. My learning curve around political engagement versus community engagement was quite steep. I began to compare the short-term political achievements versus the long-term needs of climate change. You're up. Okay. I invested that same year in translating IPCC reports into video summaries. How do people connect to these videos? Well, quite frankly, not very well. They're very long reports, and the video summaries are quite concentrated. So I was hoping connections during political activity would occur, and again, that wasn't so successful. So let's have a look at this other video. And this is the core narratives.
Carrie, I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, thanks, Ed.
No audio.
Hannah and I are checking that. Is the video running?
Yes.
The video's
Yes.
running, but there's no sound. Well, what these lovely people are saying is we're Albertans of different stripes and types, and they're commenting on, as you can see from the video, you'll have to rely on what they look like. There's men and women of different ages and different groups. There's some commentary about religious participation. There's women talking about their voice being heard. The very last person in the video comments on the fact, and I can't see the video, so I don't know, but she comments on the fact that her demographic is not represented in this conversation much at all. I'm not sure why that is, but she points out that she thought it was a very good activity to participate in because of the fact that her voice is being sampled, of course. As Ed mentioned, stratified sampling means that she obviously can't represent 1,000 people, but she does have a voice and a perspective which has been informed by life experience, whatever that may be. So this video is a bunch of Albertans talking about how good the process was because they felt they were included. They got to have a discussion about a contentious topic in Alberta, which, as you all know, is energy and resources, and there was no fistfights. So that's a good thing. So I found these and other. I found these and other examples, like in the first video, and things like what Ed has described to me as very encouraging. But resources and personal timeframes were short. So I participated in a Drawdown Alberta weekend, which really crystallized my view of these things. Now I'm going to double check two things here. What time is it, love? Right. So I am not going to show you the Drawdown Alberta information. All the links, actually, so there's the main agenda from the Calgary Climate Assembly, which I will happily provide to anyone who's interested. You can contact me, I'm pretty sure, through the panelist links that are provided somewhere. I can't see, but I'm pretty sure we can do that. It's also online at www.kerryrutherford.ca at contact information for me. I mention this because I see that we're drawing to a close here. So I'm going to skip some stuff. And I'm going to go directly into our question section at the very end. You're still with us, Ed?
Yes, I'm here. We
Hi,
have
Ed.
no questions and we have no raised hands. So
Okay, good.
You can extemporize.
Okay. I have not shown you anything about the Calgary Climate Assembly. I'll make a few points. One is, as I mentioned, the sampling is to create a mini public, but because of limited resources and time, what we ended up with is I connected with 3 other people, similar matters to me connecting to Ed, and there were 4 of us, an interesting range from Green Party to UCP members, and we did reach a consensus, and you can read about that in the Calgary Climate Assembly document, or perhaps on the Global Assembly publication, which is supposed to happen based on the end of March. They claimed it would be happening through some UN branch I'm not familiar with. So at that point, I'm going to stop talking about that. Is there anything you want to add, Ed, in the last couple minutes here before I introduce the next speaker?
Just want to let you know, somehow my battery is running out. The basic idea is to really hear a mandate of all the people, and that's where the mini public concept comes in, and I think part of what you're stressing is that with decent facilitation and ground rules about how to listen to one another, and also with good information presented. And that's another whole aspect of the assembly that we did, is we had 50 speakers come and speak. That it's quite amazing and powerful how much consensus can emerge. Our 77 people met for 50 hours and ended up passing 148 recommendations about dealing with climate, all of which had more than 80% consensus, most of which had more than 90%. And as I said, this was a mini public of the whole state of Washington, including one of the demographics specifically selected for was attitudes about climate. So in that material you presented about stages of change, we had every stage of change represented in that room. And the power of ordinary people coming together, hearing the same information and deliberating is immense, and leads one to think that there must be a way to get beyond the kind of disjointedness that we see in governmental legislation.
Well, and you bring up, which is an excellent final comment from me, which is the point, the phrasing mini publics and the lottery that we're working with. The point is that the people we're speaking to, as I mentioned in the documentation of the first climate assembly in Calgary, is that it's not about the participants having expertise in this field or even having a particular expertise in a professional field that might be related. The point is that as a member of a regional public, you have an expertise as yourself. You bring your massed experience as a blind white guy living in Calgary at the age of 57, and how I perceive what needs to happen around my life and my world. And then I bring those opinions and that lived experience of that kind to topics which we need to reach a consensus on. And so and there's a company in the country, and they use the phrase mass. There's a quote from Thomas Wolfe, about the mass intelligence of the public. I'm going to introduce our next panel, which is, I forgot what it is. It's about public speaking, and it's about green, and the comfort level one needs to have when speaking in public. So comfort is fine, organizational helps too, and they're probably going to talk about not using too many technical crutches as we have. So thanks ever so much for your time and your listening, and I'll talk to you later, Ed.
Okay, so we will start the Toastmasters meeting. I'll be your Sergeant at Arms, and I will start with the agenda. So let's share the screen, and I'll share what we'll be doing for this meeting. Let's see. There we go. So the invocation and the welcome to our guests will be done by Mr. Ronald Servant. The word of the day will be done by Spring. The speech will be done by James. Then feedback will be done by Ronald. The grammarian and the timers report will be done by Spring, and the summary and the questions will be hosted again by the chair. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mark. Welcome everyone to this portion of the AGM, where we're going to demonstrate what a Toastmasters meeting is all about, and tell you a little bit about our club that we're starting, Green Vert Toastmasters. James Mahaichuk, who on my screen is to my right, is the founder and the brains and the will behind this particular movement. He saw through his involvement in Toastmasters an opportunity to bring this practice to the green movement, and to all of those that have this message to put out there about the green movement. Toastmasters is an organization that was founded in 1924, almost 100 years ago now, and has grown globally with over 350,000 members worldwide in over 14,000 different clubs. This club that we're trying to start is focused on the green movement, and we meet the first and third Saturday of every month at 11 a.m. Eastern time to try to allow for virtual attendance from across the country. We're open to practicing in both English and in French. We do spend most of our time practicing in English, as we will do today. As Mark was intimating, there is an agenda to all of these meetings. And today we're going to have a bit of a simplified version of what we normally do in a meeting. Today we're going to have a speech prepared by James that I'll be introducing a little bit later. We will have a couple of the roles that we like to have in a meeting to demonstrate the kind of feedback and value that you get out of attending a Toastmasters meeting. Spring will be telling us a little bit about how we use the English language. She'll be challenging us to use a word of the day, and she will be timing for us. So she'll be showing that by changing her background with green, yellow, and red cards when we reach certain time limits. So it helps us stay on time. As James has posted in the chat for me to transmit to you, we have our club contact information. GreenTMVer.ca is our website. And you can go to greentmviv.eventbrite.ca to get in touch with us and see when our next meetings are going to be. Thank you all for attending. It's going to be an interactive session. So once James begins delivering his speech, one of the things I'd like you to keep in mind is what is working for you in that speech? What really connects with you? And what are some of the things you thought he could have done differently? And we're going to be calling on you to provide us with that feedback, either through the chat, or if you want to put it in the Q&A, we'll try to gather all of that, and we'll show you how we would use that kind of feedback from anybody who happens to be attending a meeting and turning it into positive, constructive feedback for James so that he knows what he did really well, what he can work on and improve, and is motivated to get up and speak again. Those of us in the green movement know that we need to connect with people. We need to share ideas, and we need to do so effectively. And at Toastmasters, we're providing an environment to allow people to practice being effective in this space and getting peer feedback on an ongoing basis. I'd like to introduce our grammarian today, Spring Shi, and have her introduce her role and the word of the day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy Saturday, everyone. So my role is grammarian today. As a grammarian, I will pay close attention to the good use of language and provide constructive feedback. And also I introduce word of the day. The purpose of the word of the day is to expand the vocabulary. We encourage everyone use word of the day as much as possible during their speech. And at the end of the meeting, I'll provide my grammarian report. Now I will introduce word of the day. For today, we are introducing consummate. It's adjective. This adjective is used to describe someone is highly skilled and really, really good at something. For example, Angela is a consummate public servant. And also we can say after years practice, James became a consummate public speaker. And also this adjective means a high degree of complete or perfect. For example, we say Mark is a consummate genius on computer programming. So everyone, please use word of the day consummate during your speech. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Spring. In a virtual environment in Toastmasters, we like to clap, but we don't like to clap physically because that can come across very loudly on some speaker systems or headphones. And so we use the American Sign Language version of clapping by waving our hands. And so you'll see some of that as we go through the meeting today. Now I'd like to introduce our speaker and tell you a little bit about the challenge that he's put himself forward for today. James is looking to become a consummate professional when it comes to public speaking. And to do that, in Toastmasters, we have an education program we call Pathways. And Pathways has a number of different opportunities and projects that you can take on to practice not only your public speaking skills, but leadership and personal development along the way. James today is on a pathway that we call Motivational Strategies, and he is delivering on a project called Connect with Storytelling. It's an elective project in his path. And that speech will be delivered between 5 and 7 minutes. So you're going to see Spring, who's acting as our timer today, show the green background at 5 minutes, the yellow background at 6 minutes, and the red background at 7 minutes, at which point James should endeavor to wrap up. If James sees the green and he wraps up, that's also perfectly appropriate amount of time for him to use for his speech. All right, on to the introduction. James Mihalchuk has been an active Green since 2007. Today, James will share some examples that show that personal connections often matter more than our ability to recite the 6 values of the Global Greens. Please welcome James Mihalchuk with his speech entitled "To Invest in Spends let's invest in our own skills. James.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks for joining today. We had some feedback in the chat saying that we hadn't given a land acknowledgement. And to the point of my talk today, I want to make the land acknowledgement personal. I think sometimes it's performative. I join you today from the suburbs of Ottawa. This is the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I was born in Norway House, Manitoba, where my dad was an educator. And that is Treaty 6 territory. You will find Cree people there, and they have a long history of coexisting with settlers who came to this land. And in the time when I was an infant, there was big hydroelectric development, and the consequences we live with today, good and bad. And my wish would be, going forward, that we meet with people such as the Cree, and we live by the rule that they request us to live by. Nothing about us without us. So, fellow Greens, fellow Toastmasters, most welcome guests. As Greens, we're often sent out into the field to go out on the hustings, go door knocking with nothing but 6 bullet points. There's an amazing Green called Pauline Thornham, who, having spent a career as an educator, as a school teacher, distilled that down to an acronym for us. In English, the 6 values spell out the acronym SPENDS, S-P-E-N-D-S. And using that acronym, you can easily rattle these things off on your fingers, +1. S for social justice, and S again at the end for sustainability. And in between, P for participatory democracy, E for ecological wisdom, N for nonviolence, D for the respect for diversity. And really, I think what I'm going at with my land acknowledgement and the anecdotes I want to share with you is that it's that respect for diversity that matters most. What matters in the end isn't how well I tell my story about me, my day, myself, my problems. What matters the most is how much capacity I have to listen and empathize with others. That is the essence of being a Green. And that is the essence of inviting others to see that they too are a Green. I could tell you a lot of stories from knocking on doors from the past decade or so. If you want my worst war story, it was going out knocking on doors in Ottawa Centre with Kevin O'Donnell, my colleague in the Ontario Greens. And there is a district in Ottawa that abuts the Rideau Canal. It has lanes in the back of the houses, and the fronts of the houses, which are really little cottages, open right onto the canal. And we were asked not to leave the leaflets sticking out from people's mailboxes because it was summer, they might be away at the cottage. We don't want to signal that the place isn't occupied. While I was fiddling with the thing in the mailbox, a little postcard telling people about Kevin and his campaign, suddenly I was under attack. The wasps came out from under the deck, and in 2 to 3 seconds, I had what I counted later were 12 bites from wasps on my hands, on the palms of my hands and on my fingers. So I had to pack it in for the day just to play it safe. I took some anti-inflammatory this and that, ibuprofen or whatever, and my kids had some Reactine at home. I'm not really allergic to insect bites, so I was fine. But that's just a story about me. If you want to ask me in all time in the last 10, 12 years, who had the most impact on me when I listened to their story, that person was Desmond Cole. And he attended a particular Green Party of Ontario convention. And he spoke about some very uncomfortable topics. Desmond spoke about the ugly reality of a long history of white supremacy in its many forms everywhere in Canadian life, and many historical injustices, injustices that continue to the present day. It was hard to hear, but it was important to hear. And he concluded his talk with a very important challenge that I think should resonate strongly with all Greens for all time if we want to be considered at all relevant. He said it wasn't enough for the Greens to have an ideal message, an important message, and expect others to come into the tent and support the Green movement. He challenged us and said, don't come to communities of color and people who are vulnerable, who are already doing so much important work, and ask them to do the work of the Green movement. Come first and support us. Support us in our cause. Show common cause with us. Show solidarity with us. And then, when you've heard us, when you've stood with us, then there might be a basis to take the next step and build a broader movement. I think it was one of the most important speeches I've ever heard in my life. It wasn't easy to hear, but it was essential to hear. And I hope that I can hear from others, even if it means that I have to say a bit less now and then. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, James, for sharing those words with us. Normally, in a Toastmasters meetings at this point, we would take a moment of silence to allow people to write down their thoughts about James's speech. What I'd like to do right now is ask each of you in the audience, perhaps our other panelists, what they thought of James's speech. What was your impression? What did you like about it? What did you think could have been different or better? If you want to share it on the Q&A, in the chat, raise your hand to share it verbally. We can try to accommodate all of those. Mark.
James, that was a wonderful speech. You included a lot of stories, like the story about canvassing was very, very beautiful, and how it brought my visuals to life was, what was the word of the day? Consummates? Yes, it was consummates.
Thank you, Mark.
Now, what was your goal for the speech? It was why Toastmasters? To invest in spends. Let's invest in our own skills. I was thinking, how will he bring this back? And you brought it to an analogy about Desmond Cole. And while I didn't feel a sense of, that you've kind of finished bringing the moral of the story about canvassing back, you brought in yet another very powerful piece. And I really enjoyed that. Thanks, James.
Thanks, Mark. Anybody else have any other thoughts they'd like to share about James's speech? All right, we have Anita, who is saying, I'll speak for her. James, I really liked your speech. It seemed like you were speaking a bit slowly, but that actually made it seem like what you were saying is really important and serious. That's an excellent observation, Anita. One of the pieces of feedback we often get in Toastmasters is that if we speak too fast, the big and important ideas can go by really quickly. And so pacing is very important. And it's very interesting that you observed that James's pacing allowed you to really absorb the concepts that he was sharing. Thank you for that. Any other thoughts or feelings about James's speech, things that he did well or things that he could have done better? Spring, do you have any thoughts to share?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. I have something to share with James. First, congratulations, James. It's a wonderful speech, very inspiring. I really like the structure. You started with introduce yourself, and you tell us your own story, and then you extended from your own story, and you connected right away, you connected with the green. And then you use your inspiration figure, and then you tell the story from this personal, using the quote. I like by the end, you're using his speech inspiring you, and then really is connecting yourself and then the green and then the Toastmaster, everything come together. So that's my impression. Really, really good. Congratulations. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Spring. Appreciate you sharing your observations. Are there any others that would like to share thoughts about James's speech? All right, what we'll do now is we're going to move on to a part of the meeting where we get our timer, grammarian, awe counter, some of these roles that we haven't yet introduced, and I'll have Spring explain them. And they would give a report on how we did overall in the meeting. A little bit later, I'm going to synthesize the feedback that we received, provided to James as a group, and provide an example of what a verbal evaluation would look like in Toastmasters for a speech. So for now, let us hear from Spring to provide us her combined grammarian timer awe counter report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So let me start with my word of the day. So far, we used the word of the day. Ron, you used one time, and Mark used one time. Actually, it's pretty good in such a short period of time. And then now I go back to our R counter and the filler word counter. Actually, everyone did very smooth. So we don't really find so many odds, ons, and all the filler words. And for the timing, so right now, James, he uses 7 minutes, 8 seconds, and then pretty much on time. And also for our agenda, our schedule, we are pretty on time as well. So that's my combined report for timing for grammarian. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Spring. To expand a little bit on what those different roles are, the grammarian's role is really focused on paying attention to how we're using the language, whether it be English or French. We have someone focused on seeing if we're using interesting turns of phrase that would capture people's attention, focused on misusing the English language. If we don't have subject-verb agreement, for example, just highlighting those things so people can get that feedback and work on improving their delivery overall. The awe counter's role is similar but different. It listens to how we speak and paying particular attention to our verbal tics. You can sometimes hear it in, say, a radio interview where the host sounds outstanding and the guest sounds like they're having a lot of trouble sometimes. And that is usually because they're inserting their ums and ahs on a regular basis throughout their speech. And so we have the awe counter role in Toastmasters to let people know that they're doing that and how often they're doing that. And we suggest the remedy for replacing the ums and ahs is to take a pause. It tends to allow people to hear what you're saying, and it makes you sound more authoritative. And when you listen to that next radio interview that's going strange, listen to the host, listen to the guest, and you'll often hear a dramatic difference in how they're using their language. And the gift of Toastmasters, of course, is that you will notice that intensely in the future. And the timer, of course, that role is meant to ensure that we're staying on time with our meeting. As you've seen, the cards that we use to let people know what part of their speech they're in and when they should be wrapping up. And I thought James did a wonderful job of finishing his speech just after he saw the red card to finish in a very respectable amount of time. I've been to meetings where we don't use these techniques, and you can see people go on for double the amount of time we expected them to do. And that ends up robbing other people in the meeting of their opportunity to speak and share. So it's a very important skill to have, understanding how much time you have to speak and being able to hit those limits with your message. Now, I will deliver an evaluation of James's speech based on the feedback that we acquired and perhaps a couple of my own observations of how James delivered the speech. And James, thank you so much for delivering that speech. It was inspiring to me to hear your personal story and the story of Desmond Cole. I too was at that particular AGM listening to Desmond talk about these things, and it left a lifelong impression on me as well. So that story that you told really connected with me. And that was the point of this particular project that you were engaged with, is to connect with storytelling. And I think you nailed that objective by finding stories that could connect with your audience. Most of us here have probably been out campaigning and can relate to some awkward moment where either a dog or wasps in your case, or perhaps not a great interaction at the door occurred. We all have those stories, and to hear one reflected allowed me to reflect on my experiences canvassing in various elections. Your premise, you talked about investing in spends and let's invest in our own skills. And I think you addressed that partially in your speech. The stories were outstanding, and you allowed me to connect with the impact that they'd had on you, but I didn't see how it would allow me to dispense necessarily of focusing on spends. Like, why shouldn't I know those basics, and that the storytelling and the personal connection be more important? I think you demonstrated a little bit of what it could do, but now not how it could dominate. So I think there was a bit of an open-ended question left for me in your speech, and that's something I'd like to see you take a shot at and say, you want to know this stuff, but this is the thing that will really connect. And I think that would have really brought home the speech for me significantly. So overall, I think you delivered a really interesting, compelling speech that achieved the objectives of connecting with storytelling. You had wonderful stories in there that I could personally relate to. And then if you worked your theme a little bit more effectively into your conclusion or the overall storytelling arc, I think you could have really demonstrated how the storytelling is the thing that we want to use when speaking to people about whatever point we want to get across. Great job. And I'm looking forward to our next meeting next first Saturday in April, where we can hear some more speaking either from James or other members of our club. And I invite all of you to come and attend and listen as well. Thank you very much, James. So we've reached the portion of the meeting now where we're going to open it up for questions that you might have about Toastmasters in general. But first, I'd like to ask James perhaps to talk about our club, who we are, where we are, and what it takes to join us.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks for that feedback as well. That was great. I thought you guys were all bang on in your remarks. This club has been around since about Earth Day of last year. And a challenge went out in the pandemic from Toastmasters International to say to people, if you can organize a club by the end of the month of June, fill your boots and we'll give you a deal on the costs that entails, that kind of thing. Silly me, I took that as a challenge and said, just about two of my most valued interactions I have at a community level relate to the Green Movement and Toastmasters. And the idea has sort of been floated before by people like Ron, that these two things should be brought together, these competencies, not just in public speaking, but also in listening and learning from each other's. Could be brought more to the Green Movement in Canada. Our club is billed as better communication for sustainability leaders. So we leave the door open to somebody who might have a career in a renewable energy industry, retrofits, an NGO. We're a nonpartisan group. Toastmasters International, by its nature, is officially nonpartisan. We welcome any and all people to our club. It's a community-based club. You can join us virtually from anywhere across the country, coast to coast to coast, from any time zone if you can fit us in. Specifically, the meeting time we're running it with right now is first and third Saturdays of the month at 11 Eastern. So it's very early for the West Coast. It's 8 a.m. on a Saturday. But if it works for you, and some have joined us, please join as a guest, check out a meeting, see what it's like. And in our Zoom meeting, we will have part of the agenda set aside as a session called Table Topics, at which not just members who work on specific educational projects and give specific kinds of speeches, but also our guests can chime in and have a go at impromptu speaking and see what that's like. And it's a different experience when you're putting yourself out there and you know that people are evaluating you and you know that there's somebody keeping time. But it's a skill that through practice over a period of time and through repetition, you can refine. And it's better to refine that in a safe and fun environment with a bunch of people in your club who become your pals than it is to jump into the breach unprepared and then experience possibly anxiety or worry and lose your train of thought and walk away from that interaction feeling like you left things unsaid that were important to you. So given the choice between sort of your worry about flaming out and having an opportunity to grow and learn and practice with friends, I choose the opportunity to grow and learn and practice with friends. And you know, it's been a real joy to be involved with this group for the past year. I don't know, is there anything I missed from the team?
You did an amazing job. If you want to join us, attend our next meeting, greenvertm.eventbrite.ca will get you all of the meeting times coming up. Reach out to us there, register for the next meeting, join us, and you'll have an opportunity to participate in this environment. And if you think it's worth it for you, you can then join our club on an ongoing basis. The magic of Toastmasters, you can go to a lot of places. You can go to a lot of places to learn about public speaking, and they'll teach you things in a weekend or a week. But I think what differentiates Toastmasters from all of those other programs is they're not teaching any different information. We're not fundamentally showing you some secret that isn't out there in the wild. But what we are giving you is an opportunity to practice on an ongoing basis, to get feedback on an ongoing basis, and for you to be part of a group, a community that is focused on improving each other, supporting each other. To me, the values of the Green Movement, the values of Toastmasters are very much aligned. And it is the kind of thing that I think we all collectively in our community need to strive to be better at. Communication, leadership, and that's what you'll find at Toastmasters. Are there any questions about where to find us, what Toastmasters is about, what you might experience in a meeting, or really anything like the color of my favorite tie today? Actually, this isn't my favorite. I prefer paisley. It went with the shirt. Hi, Allison.
Hello. I guess I'll start things off a bit so that people have some time to think about any questions that they have. Thank you very much for this presentation. And it's fascinating because I've used to participate in Toastmasters many, many years ago, but I haven't, I haven't in a while. But I was curious, I love the idea that you're working together and basically you're getting to know each other and you basically learn together and you evolve together. Now, my question is, this is fantastic, and I echo the comment earlier about James's pace. It was well paced, it was well timed. It was basically, that's one of the things that I have problems with. I'm not well timed. I speak very quickly. But I was wondering, do you have situations where basically the topic is ad-libbed, or maybe a debate situation, or even a team debate where you're working with a partner, because you have the perfect community for it because you do know each other well. So if you're paired with someone that you already kind of know the way that they speak, or maybe the tendency that they like to speak facts, or maybe they like to tell personal stories, then you're able to coordinate well. Do you have those types of situations?
Absolutely. James described them in his wrap up a little bit. One of the things we have is called table topics, and it's a form of impromptu speaking. And it can be a lot of fun. It can be very silly, or it can be very serious. What happens with table topics is it's a question or a statement or another form. It could be a debate even, one side versus another taking different points. But at its core, we ask you to speak about a topic for 1 to 2 minutes that you're not aware of ahead of time. The topic is introduced to you. You have 1 or 2 seconds to really reflect on it, and then you speak for 1 to 2 minutes. And what we want you to do through that practice is try to compose it as your response as a speech. Have an opening, have a body to support the opening, and have a conclusion that reverts back to the opening. When we're trying to convince people of things or make them understand of stuff, something, the first thing and last thing we say tends to be what connects with people most of the time. And so if it's a question you're being asked, you want to answer it right away in your opening. And then in the body of your response, you want to support that answer. Why did you say what you said? There might be 2 or 3 points that you'd like to use as examples or data to support that climate change is reality, if that was the question. And then at the end, you close effectively re-answering the question, summarizing your overall response, but leaving folks with the answer. Climate change is a reality. And in that way, we get to practice that. And there's all kinds of different formats that we can use for table topics. And we tend to want to change it up because sometimes things get a little stale or normal. And so we will introduce a debate format. We will introduce a chain talk, which we've used in our club a couple of times, where the last thing that's said is the key word that you have to use to continue the discussion, or perhaps a story. Somebody starts a story and you pick it up and move it on. And it's all these things that allow us to practice getting our thoughts organized on the spot so that we can go. It's one thing to deliver a stump speech. It's another to answer random questions at a debate. You have your facts, but you still have to organize and put them out there. All right, I see a couple of questions that have shown up. One in the chat is, what is the cost of Green Toastmasters? James, I'll turn that question over to you. You've posted it in the our chat here, I see.
Yes, there was a question that about the $125 fee and what does that go for? In Toastmasters, I didn't just show up one day and start talking about Desmond Cole or being bitten by wasps and trying to wax eloquent on those topics. I've actually gone through an old educational program that Toastmasters had called the Competent Communicator Program, which required me to work through 10 speech projects. Since then, I've gone through 3 paths in what Toastmasters calls the Pathways Educational Program. Each path is split into 5 levels. Each level will have 3 to 5 projects, biased more towards the 3 end. The difference being that in the first level, the projects are basic. For example, spend 4 minutes introducing yourself to a group. We call that the icebreaker speech project. In level 5, the project might be to meet with a committee who are going to provide you some feedback on a volunteer organization that you're working to develop. And there'll be a mentorship committee for you over a period of time. So there's quite a range there. And it's not strictly limited to public speaking. It's also about leadership in voluntary organizations. How do you give and receive feedback, that kind of thing. There are actually 14 different paths. I won't attempt to address them all right now, so that you can tailor the kind of experience you're going for. And just to cherry pick a couple of examples, there's a path that's called engaging humor. If you just wanted to get up at your friend's wedding and give an entertaining speech, that's the path for you. The path I'm trying right now is called Motivational Strategies. I've just wrapped that up. And that's about me trying to figure out, I know how I'm motivated, but how do I best motivate others in a volunteer capacity, in a workplace environment, that kind of thing. So when you put the money forward, the lion's share of that is going to Toastmasters International so that you have access to educational materials, that they track your transcript of how you've progressed. You can log into a Toastmasters International website and view interactive presentations. Very often there'll be demo videos that you can see a group interacting or an individual giving a speech first, faltering a bit, and then giving a refined version of it so that you can see the difference, that kind of thing. And that kind of material is very important to being able to reflect and then put in action some of the techniques that would help you not to get thrown by difficult situations or just innate anxiety that you might feel when presenting to a group. So there's a lot there. It's one of the best bargains out there because it's a volunteer-led global organization that's been around for many decades. And so therefore their commitment is genuine to having people be better communicators and educate themselves and to do it in a club environment.
I'll expand a little bit on what you said, James, given David's subsequent question about does the fees go to a central office? Is TM a private corporation? Toastmasters is a nonprofit that is incorporated in the state of California. It has a number of clubs around the world. As I mentioned in the opening, there are clubs almost literally in every country. Canada has the most number of clubs outside of the United States because it started out in California and grew from there. It is growing like gangbusters in other parts of the world right now. The fees are used to have a headquarters staff. So there's a bunch of people that are employed by Toastmasters to operate the website, the educational program, to help build new educational programs. But the governance of Toastmasters is through its members. There are folks that are elected into various leadership roles, both at the local, regional, and international level, that ultimately a board of volunteer directors leads Toastmasters with a paid executive director, not unlike political parties in some ways. Are there any other questions that we might answer? If you're interested in learning more about Toastmasters in general, you can go to toastmasters.org, click on the About, and there is a number of resources there that'll tell you about how the organization of Toastmasters works. Allison.
Since no one else is asking, I didn't want to take up too much space for other people. I guess this question might be for James, because I was kind of very interested about the different tracks that he was talking about. And so for me, I know that you said Toastmasters is nonpartisan, which is fair but then this is probably a skill that even nonpartisan people would need. For me, my anxiety would come from talking to media, for example. So is there some sort of track that would basically be, as you had talked about, impromptu answering questions, basically? I mean, I've been told that maybe I should have like a fact sheet of just facts that I could be able to pull out of the top of my head or something like that. But basically just practice, like have people just throw questions at me, I don't know, and be able to answer them reasonably well, I guess.
Yeah, I think the most basic form is the table topics impromptu speaking that's traditionally included in any Toastmasters meeting. Another way to refine those skills could be for you, after participating in a Toastmasters club for a while, to take part in some Toastmasters contests. So Toastmasters will hold, depending on the particular year, what they call an international speech contest, which culminates in an international event called the World Championship of Public Speaking. And that starts literally with people competing in clubs like ours, and then through a hierarchy that's called the area level, the district level, the regional level. And they might participate in a contest like that. Even if you don't progress through many levels, I think putting yourself in a situation like that and giving a prepared speech, or participating in a table topics contest where you walk in, you don't know what the subject matter is. You're being evaluated. There are a bunch of other contestants who are also being evaluated in time. And to perform within the strictures of a real or virtual stage would help you practice being exposed to that kind of high stress environment and having to speak to an unknown subject in the moment. So short of engaging with professional media training and working with a coach, it's probably one of the best ways to develop that skill. And my personal favorite person in my division area context, somebody I consider a role model, is a very experienced sales professional. And it wasn't surprising to me, I wasn't able to follow the contest this year, that he had won the speech contest. Because he is thoroughly convincing and completely genuine in the way he presents himself. And part of that is what you say, the content, Allison, that you were focusing on. Part of it is your manner of speech, or do you use vocal variety? Are you using effective gestures? You know, you don't want to be gesticulating wildly like I am now on video. You want to keep those gestures probably pretty small. However, the same person addressing people on the same topic in person might have a little bit more freedom in the right audience and the right situation to read the room and say, yeah, I'm going to illustrate my story using some larger gestures, that kind of thing. And all of those things combine as technique to effectiveness. In the end, the most important thing is you, right? Do people connect with you as much as do they connect with your ideas? There's a saying by somebody in another Toastmasters club I belong to. This gentleman is a retiree and he's in his late 80s now. He's been a member of that club since it was founded 21 years ago. And he says that Toastmasters is caught, not taught. So if you look at it as a practice that you're going to engage with and have some fun with and try different things, this is the supportive environment where you get to try those different things. The same way as people go and practice Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with their buddies because it's a skill they care about and they enjoy associating with their friends. They don't do it because they want to go out and lay a beating on somebody. They want to know how to defend themselves. They want some exercise. They want to socialize with people that they like. Well, this is your Taekwondo class or your yoga class for public speaking and feedback and organizational development.
Excellent. There is one project that is of interest to your question, Allison, and it's there's a project where you have to pick 5 different topics and you put them in an envelope or in 5 different envelopes, and you give those envelopes to your evaluator. And just before you're going to speak, the evaluator chooses one of those 5 topics and says, this is what you're going to be speaking about today. And you have to deliver a prepared 5 to 7 minute speech. We don't really have the time to fully prepare 5 different 5 to 7 minute speeches. And so what you have to do is know those topics well enough that you can speak on them with confidence in that 5 to 7 minutes. So it simulates the idea of someone asking you a very in-depth question on a topic that you have some expertise in, and organizing your thoughts and being able to deliver an excellent project. But there's so many different ways that we can practice dealing with the uncomfortable and learning how to manage that to get through to the other side. And it's the key, is the practice, is the repetition, because you can learn these techniques in a moment, but if it's just in a moment and you don't continue to practice them, you lose the skill. It is a perishable skill, public speaking. James, I think you had a question that you might want to address.
Yes, there's a question in the Q&A saying, hey, James, you've got a Ukrainian sounding last name. That's correct. And the question is, how are you dealing with the situation? Well, I am descended from what are called in the Ukrainian Canadian community first wave immigrants who came to Canada when Laurier was prime minister, and his minister Clifford Sifton had an active program to recruit us to this country. So as settler people in this land, I'm part of a generation that were sought and recruited and who usually sold everything they had and came to settle in the Canadian West. I want to recommend to people who care about what's happening in Ukraine a podcast, which I listen to on Spotify, but I'm sure it's available in many channels, which is from the BBC, and it's called Ukrainecast. And if you want to tune in for 20 or 30 minutes daily, you can get firsthand accounts from people who are on the ground, people who have close contacts in the country. Last night, I was listening to James Elder of UNICEF, who is a spokesperson for UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine, who related that, like so many wars, children are profoundly affected. And they estimate that 1 in 2 children in Ukraine right now has already experienced being a refugee or being internally displaced. So one of the ways that I've been dealing with that situation, I'm very fortunate that in my workplace, they have a generous matching program all the time for charitable donations. So I spoke about it with my wife, and immediately we just maxed out what our limit was for the year. And then another program was announced where the limit was offered again for a period of a month, say, to provide donations to Ukraine relief through Doctors Without Borders, the UNHCR, and Save the Children. So we immediately maxed out our donation capability again. And my wife is from China originally, and her background is, I would say, trauma informed as well in a different set of details. But circumstances like this, like the war in Syria and wars elsewhere, they remind us of our common humanity. And I think if we put our commitment to compassion and human rights first and foremost, and the names of the countries second, we'll be in a better world. And it's not by magic that we'll achieve the world that we want, but by all those small steps to recognize our common humanity, taking one step at a time.
Thanks for that, James. Are there any other questions as we reach close to the end of our time in the GreenTalks platform? Allison.
If there's someone else with another question, please ask. I mean, I've taken up a lot of space right now, but if there is no one else, then actually very curious and kind of excited about what James said about the competition, because it sounds like, yes, high pressure, but also a lot of fun and a great opportunity to meet people. So I was wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about that. Is it like over a few days? How often would a person be speaking? Are they all prepared speeches, or are there, like you mentioned, that there would be some impromptu ones as well? Do you pick the path, or do you have to do them all, or how does that work?
Certainly, I could dive into a little bit of that. The Toastmasters International organizes or has rules for a variety of contests. The big contest, the big show, is the International Speech Contest. And it culminates, as James was saying, in the World Championship of Public Speaking. So that contest starts out in a club, just like the one that we're in demonstrating today, where you would have a chair. Every person would deliver a speech of their own making. There would be judges who would evaluate the speech based on criteria. And then, first, second, third place people would be decided, and the winner would move on to the next level. If the winner wasn't available, we send the second place person, et cetera. So the club aggregates to what is called an area. So about 5, 4, 6 clubs, and there's a contest there of the winners. And then again, it's judged. Could be a different speech. If you want to change your speech, there's nothing that says it has to be the same speech. Most people use the same speech from level to level. Area contest, winner from there, and then we go to what's called the division. Division is an aggregate of between 3 and 6 areas, and then it goes from division to district. District is a large geographical region. The district that I'm a part of is called District 61, Eastern Ontario, the province of Quebec, and upstate New York. And the contest there is going to occur in Mont-Tremblant on April 29th, 30th. And the winner of that contest moves on to the quarterfinals. It's a video judged quarterfinals, and we find 2 representatives per regions. There are 14 regions around the world. Those winners are then brought to the international convention, and they present a speech. Again, could be the same speech all the way through to this point at the semifinals. And the winners of the semifinals, there are 8 of them, and they compete in what is the finals of the International Speech Contest or the World Championship of Public Speaking. And that speech has to be completely different than what you just did to get you there. And it can't be a speech, if you were lucky enough to compete in a prior year at this level, it has to be a different speech from that as well. You can't bring a speech from year to year to year. There are other speech contests, table topics, evaluation, humorous speech contest, tall tales, and all of those can occur up to the district level. They don't move beyond that. So there's a bunch of different ways you can do that. And they can all happen in all of the languages that Toastmasters supports. I think there are about 14 different ones now in Eastern Ontario and Quebec. French is a big part of what we do. So there's a lot of interesting challenges. It's a lot of fun. Seeing those speeches are usually quite spectacular, especially as you get to the district level. And I've had the privilege of seeing them in person at the international level at the international convention, and they're amazing. A lot of fun to be a part of. All righty. So I think we're about at the end of our time. I'm going to turn things over to James so that he can transition us to our next section.
I want to thank everybody again for taking part and letting us share the time so that people could learn about Toastmasters and what it's about as an organization. If my Saturday agenda is available and it's not, I will introduce the next session. Otherwise, I'll ask people to stay tuned and to let our colleagues in the next GreenTalks session introduce themselves. But thanks so much again for taking the time to explore our Toastmasters Club. Look us up at Green TM for Toastmasters, Vert, VERT.ca, and we'll be happy to get back to you. Thanks. Welcome, Adrian.
Can anyone hear me? Anna, can you hear me?
I can. Hey, Adrian, how you doing?
Doing well.
Very
Okay,
good.
we did it.
Welcome. We did it. We're here. This is amazing. So welcome, everyone. And thank you very much to those speakers from the previous panel. We're going to get started here with our EDA Showcase panel, our Electoral District Association Showcase panel. And I will invite all of our panelists to come up and turn on video, and those people who've been panelists from the previous session, you can demote yourselves to regular attendees. I think that's going to make it smoothest. I hope that everybody is able to use the chat and to send messages, and if not, you've got the Q&A function that you can use to interact with us. But I'll just give like a brief introduction, I suppose, to my fellows on this panel, and maybe Adrian can talk a little bit about some of the motivation for why we pulled this panel together, and what we're sort of hoping to achieve with it, and then we'll dive into some discussion. Okay, the Zoom chat is not, but there is a Rocket chat that is enabled that people can use. So we'll try to follow along in the EDA Showcase Rocket chat, and Alison has put that link into the Zoom chat, so everybody can click on that and create an account there, or you can feel free to use the Q&A. Cool. I will, I'll introduce myself for starters, and apologies pour les francophones dans les communautés. Cette session va être seulement en anglais. We were not able to find interpretation for this session, and I hope that's okay. So my goal would be to have a broader investment in professional interpretation services for more sessions, and the side sessions as well in the next VGM. So to introduce myself, I'm Anna Keenan. I've been a candidate twice in the last 2 federal elections here in the riding of Molpec, Prince Edward Island, also known as Epiquet, part of Mi'kmaq, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq here in Atlantic Canada. And we've got Adrian. Would you like to introduce yourself, my co-moderator for this panel?
Yes, thank you, Anna. Happy VGM, everybody. This has been, it's been exciting. Welcome to our EDA panel discussion. So my name is Adrian Curry. I am the Ontario representative to Federal Council, and I was the candidate for Davenport in the last federal election. So I am green, and probably going to get more green as the years go by. And we're here to have a discussion about well, first of all, I'd like to do a land acknowledgement. I'm here in the unceded territory, Treaty 13 territory in Takaranto, here in Ontario, the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and the Anishinaabe-Weka peoples. So thank you for administering this lands for many thousands of years, and we look forward to having you helping us rectify the damages that have been done in the past, and we will tackle this climate change, climate disaster, and we'll move forward as this is Turtle Island and our one planet and our home. Thank you for that. So just as Anna said, the purpose of this, first of all, welcome everybody. We have 29 participants on this little Zoom session. There's going to be a lively discussions about EDAs. The point of this is to share best practices. We've invited some EDAs from across the country, from coast to coast, almost to coast, and we're just going to have an open discussion to share what works, what doesn't work, because I'd like to say personally, as a member of Federal Council, we tried so hard to get some more involvement of EDAs, because the real work is done at the EDA level. That is as close to grassroots as you can get. The members are in control because this is a member-led organization. We do value participatory democracy, but the EDA is the smallest organization on the local levels, and this is where ideas are heard, candidates are put forward, proposals are put forward. And we really need to support the EDAs. One of my goals in this past term of on federal council is to support the EDAs. Chad and I were sat on an EDA revitalization committee to gather information about what EDAs require and need to be stronger to move forward. Because let's face it, if we're going to be successful in any future election, we have to have strong EDAs, because that's how we elect, that's how we choose candidates, and that's how we get voters to support us in an election, and that's how we're going to elect Green MPs. And if we have any hope of mitigating and avoiding this climate catastrophe, it requires having strong EDAs. So thank you to my co-moderator, Anna. Let's get this party started.
Very good. Awesome. I'll start by just introducing, I think we've got 4 of our 5 planned panelists here. So maybe the 5th will turn up by the time we're done with the introductions. I'll also just share the format for this panel. We're going to introduce the 4 or 5 speakers that we've got, and then we've told them not to prepare any speeches in advance. We've just got 5 or 6 questions. And so we'll spend like, 6 or 8 minutes per question. And whoever can whoever feels like they can best respond or has something, poignant to share from their own EDA experience can just jump in and share, perhaps a best practice or some history. So I'd like to begin by introducing Dan Kells, who I believe is the CEO of the Saanich Gulf Islands EDA, which is of course the EDA for Elizabeth May, supporting Elizabeth May. So would you just like to introduce yourself, Danny, a bit of your history, how long you've been with the EDA in a minute or 2? Excellent. So you hear me? Fabulous. So yes, my name's Dan Kells, and I'm here in the beautiful Saanich Gulf Islands on Vancouver Island. So I've been doing this for most of a year now, and I have been in the organization before and started in North Van EDA back in 2004. So been in the game a while. Really like the people that we have here on the island. Well, I love all the Greens. I mean, it's a wonderful family, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. And yes, the EDAs are important. They're not as important as our members. So the members are the top of the importance scale. The EDAs support them, and we also have to support our representative, who hopefully, like Elizabeth, ends up in Parliament. So we're in a bit of an in-between position, but to me, it really is about supporting the members, and the members are who makes things happen, especially as we can see in this weekend right now. So that's all for me for now. Very good. And do you know off the top of your head how many members you have, how many party members you have in SGI, Saanich Gulf Islands? Darn, I meant to look that up. I believe it's around 600. Around 600. All right, great. Thank you. Next up, I will pass to Teresa Cornwell, who's part of the EDA for Kitchener Centre, where our second MP, Mike Morris, is elected. Teresa, would you like to introduce yourself and how long you've been with the party?
Hi, yes, I am the financial agent for Kitchener Centre. I've had that role, I think, since about 2014. And I have been a member and a volunteer on the EDA since 2009. I had different roles, and then our financial agent stepped down, so I took over that place. Our EDA in that time, I think we got down to about 2 executive members at one point, at our lowest point, and we have 5 or 6 right now. We're due to have an AGM. We're waiting till after the Ontario election to do that. And yeah, so yeah, engaging the members, our part is sort of the key of the EDA and kind of keeping them involved. And I was just going to look up, I have Gvote open. I was like, ooh, how many members do we have? That would be important to look, be called on me. So yeah, I'll get back with that.
Very good. Thank you very much for being with us, Teresa. And do we have Tim yet? No, we don't have Tim. I think he's still trying to join from Toronto St. Paul's, which is where Phil DeLuna is a candidate. Next, we'll go to Chad Wolcott, who's fresh off facilitating the plenary for the last few hours, and that was hard work. I saw how hard you were working, so I wanted to acknowledge that and thank you very much for the very, very short lunch break that you had before coming in here. Facilitation is not easy, but yeah, if you want to give a brief introduction to your work with NDG Westmount, I believe you're one of the strongest, if not the strongest, EDA that we have in Quebec.
Well, thank you very much for that intro, Anna. It's what I'm told. It's what I'm told. I think it's between REDA and Outremont. So healthy competition is always good. I like the pressure of trying to stay number one. Yeah, so I'm the CEO, I've been the CEO for the NDG Westmount EDA for the past 2 years. We ran candidates such as Robert Green. We had Sam, whose last name is, for some reason, Sam Fairbonder. Thanks, sorry, Sam, who ran for us in the last election. And I also was on the committee with Adrian for EDA kind of revitalization best practices, and also am the chair of like a budding committee within the diversity and inclusion committee within Quebec wing of the party, of the Green Party of Canada. Very important distinction here in Quebec. And so, yeah, I also kind of agree that members are everything. Without members, we don't have EDAs, and I'm excited to share some strategies we use in NDG.
Awesome, thanks so much, Chad. And last up from Moncton Riverview DF, my good friend Carol Chen, Maritimes represent.
Thank you so much, Anna. Bonjour à tous. Some of you may recognize me from having run for the presidency last summer. My involvement with the Green Party of Canada actually began with the riding next door, which was Beau Séjour, and I also believe they did really well in 2019. I think one of the top 4 of the EDAs at that time. I'm really honored to be part of this panel because I feel a little bit like an interloper, not having actually sat on the executive of either of these EDAs, but having participated as somebody usually during election time. And I think what our EDA has to bring to this particular panel, and I would say that of Beau Séjour as well, is the importance of the connection between the EDAs and the Green Party of New Brunswick in our situations, RDAs, because for most part, we're the same people sitting on both executives or volunteering or even just putting out the reputation and the brand. So while we're functionally different entities, I think it really hits home, at least here, that there is a very important weighing of resources, of messaging, of support that has to be considered in terms of how those two bodies interact. It may be different for different provinces, and I think we can dig into that deeper as we go through the questions. Je veux aussi signaler que s'il y a des questions en français, je suis contente de les répondre en français aussi. Thank you.
Very good. I'm going to hand over to Adrian for moderating our first question. I think we'll have like 8 minutes for question 1.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. So the first question is, what do you do as a monthly rhythm between elections? Example, meetings, newsletters, events. So who would like to go first? Okay, I would volunteer Chad from NDG Westmount.
Oh, thank you. I think Danny had his hand up first, but
sorry,
I guess
I couldn't see.
I guess I'll take the lead. So what is our rhythm month to month? So we try to have a regularly scheduled EDA meeting every month where we kind of go over regular business, try to have active committees in between these month-to-month meetings as well. So we have a policy committee, a engagement committee, we have a finance committee. And so these committees are kind of empowered to take on initiatives and develop projects, bring them to the larger EDA, and then put them into action. So last year we had an active book club going. We had a very active kind of policy committee because we had the whole constitutional process to undergo. So I find having that regularly scheduled meeting, knowing like for example, ours is every third Thursday. That's another committee. Every third Saturday of the month at 10 a.m. and it's just a solid commitment. So we try to make sure to also engage our members in that process. So before each meeting, about a week or two before the meeting, we try to send out messages to members, inviting them to participate. And I think that's an important process in engaging members and kind of creating a pipeline to engagement with our EDAs. So if we have members speaking kind of question period at the end, people can get engaged, find out about committees, and help us continually grow our EDA.
Okay, thank you for that. So you mentioned, okay, that's a good answer. Okay, so Dan, do you prefer Danny or Dan?
Well, I'll go by Dan.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, Dan, you go next since you were gonna.
Okay, yes, absolutely. Thank you. And I love what Chad had to say. Sounds like they're very active and they're doing a lot of good community work, and that's kind of key. So in our own EDA, we have a meeting every month of the executive, and we've decided actually this summer to take 1 month off for a bit of a vacation from it. During the pandemic, it was very difficult, as everybody knows, to really get people together. And so Zoom, we've all gotten a little tired of Zoom maybe, but it's been a bit of a savior to allow us to interact in a safe way. So that's been really good. Our EDA also publishes a newsletter every month, and I'm pretty proud of that. In fact, our newest issue came out this morning, so I'm going to put a link to it in the Rocket chat because it is information local and beyond that. So it's really good way to interact with our members, and all the members are welcome to give us feedback on it. And we often do get feedback of one form or another. Certainly pre-pandemic, there was a lot more interactions with the community. And so we're figuring out what we're going to be doing to get our interactions back with the community going on for this year. And I have to apologize to my EDA in a way. When Anna asked me about the membership of this EDA, my brain kind of went blank on me, and I was informed it's 1,231 members. So anyway, that's it for me for now. Thank you. Any questions?
No, that's 1,231 members in your EDA. That's quite, that's amazing. Yeah, we have a lot to aim for. And I apologize. Welcome, Tim. So we've started with the first questions of what do EDAs do in between elections. But since you just joined us, would you like to introduce yourselves? Tell us where you're from, who you represent, and all the nice stuff like that.
Sure, thank you. And I assume I did something wrong with Zoom. It's probably my fault if everyone else made it in. My name is Tim. I'm in Toronto St. Paul's in Midtown Toronto. I've been EDA CEO since 2019. I helped manage the Phil DeLuna campaign, which I think was one of the highlights of the federal last year. I'm currently assisting Diane Sachs in University Rosedale provincially. That's adjacent to us. That's our neighbor EDA or CA, I guess, provincially. And yeah, and we've gotten a pretty solid, foundation here. I think we have a good team, and it's been a real pleasure to help build the organization up over the last couple of years. So I am jumping in late. So yeah. If you have other questions, let me know.
Okay, so so now I apologize for the women by not having one of you go first. I apologize. So would Teresa Cornell, would you like to go next to answer the first question?
Sure. So we haven't been we have a lot of goals sometimes. We haven't been consistent at getting a newsletter out. It is something that we are aiming for. And I will say that's something that Mike Morris has been really good. And he's been, and him and his communication team have been putting out a monthly email on what he's been doing and stuff to the supporters and stuff like that. One of the things that we did during 2020 and into 2021 was having call parties. And some of that was just kind of care calls, calling our members and our supporters and checking in with them. We weren't doing an ask. We were just calling to see how they were feeling, if they needed anything. Some people just wanted to talk. And I think that went over really well. It sort of kept those connections. And we would do call parties. I don't know if everyone is familiar with doing them over Zoom. So you have Zoom open, everyone's on mute with a technical room if you want to go and talk. So you're not doing it alone, but then you're also calling through Gvote for a script on Gvote and stuff like that. Those worked really well, and I think those connections were well. And it's one of the things actually with the pandemic. I know a lot of people are Zoom fatigued, but it also, Zoom has opened it up, different meetings up, because, you know, it's, if you have young children or mobility issues and stuff like that, you can still participate without trying to find a babysitter. Is the meeting place wheelchair accessible, and all of those things? Or how far do you have to drive and to access the place for those more rural communities and stuff like that? So yeah, those are, and yeah, monthly meetings. Something else I want to mention that is true in Ontario, I don't think it's true for any other jurisdiction, is that our provincial constituency associations overlap with the federal constituency associations, the EDAs. The riding boundaries are exactly the same. So we do have quite a bit of overlap in the executive memberships and stuff. So currently, sometimes we will not have an EDA meeting because we're just going to focus on provincial stuff or different things. It's pretty much the same people. It's just where the focus is and stuff like that.
Thank you, Teresa. That's a very good point about the overlap of the EDAs and the CAs, at least in Ontario. That's wonderful. Yeah, Zoom has made getting together more easier, especially for mothers or people in outer areas, rural or whatnot. Okay, so moving forward, I'm going to go to Carol Chand. How do you keep things going in between elections?
Well, we run other elections, I guess. After the 2019, we went straight into the 2020 pandemic lockdown election. So, and actually that really did boost our brand. Claire Kelly brought our numbers up incredibly in this particular riding in 2019. And then we were able, through that momentum, with her and Laura Rainsborough in the neighboring riding, both did really, really well. And brought a new spirit, I would say, to the Green Party persona, I'd say, out here. We were able to rally, I think it would probably be the first slate of women only on one particular ticket in the Greater Moncton. So that's 7 different candidates, all women, all green. And that is, those 7 overlap, those 7 different provincial ridings overlap with the one federal one. So it's kind of fortunate for Teresa that it's just 1 and 1. We have quite a large geographic area to cover out here, and so the volunteers definitely get stretched in geographically different directions as well. But I think all that to say is the we're at a much more party building stage rather than Danny Kell's very enviable membership count. And I don't mean that to say that we should be like Sandwich Gulf Islands, because we don't have the same history, but it's important to understand where one is and to run with it, because you can make it what you will. I went to a school where Oprah once said, you know, I didn't get to where I was, but I tried to be Barbara Walters for a while, but then I discovered I just had to be myself and did much better there. And I think that's what we're doing. In terms of activities, specific activities, I would say the more regular stuff. We do aim for meetings as well, regular meetings, newsletters and communications. I would just say Leslie Chandler. She's a one-woman show, some occasionally two women, who really have the time and the energy to get troops rallied by simply like sticking things in an email and getting people out. And I think that is one level of our EDA, this really tight core who kept the fires burning with a skeleton crew for years and years and years and years, and then who were able to support a candidate like Claire. And then following that, Richard Dunn, once they were able to step up and push the vote count up, because, you know, having that core is useful, but if you're going to grow it, it's not necessarily for the same reasons that you're going to find people to come and build onto it. I'm not sure how many of the 12,000 of Danny's members all participate for the same reasons. And I think we need to acknowledge that and understand why people are participating. For some, it's the camaraderie of, you know, heading out with a bullhorn somewhere. But for what we're finding out here, especially with the younger generations, when there were student people on campus, when there were students on campus, that was an easy access point to build some new camaraderie and new relationships. But we have had to look in different directions, and some of it we've done through the provincial activities, I would say, of, for instance, offering, I think Phil might have done this as well, so Tim, you might be able to speak to that, offering, for lack of a better term, lunch and learns, like education sessions and content that is interesting to and that looks at being green in a different way than what is traditional to most other, you know, activities. So I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much. This is already so rich. There's like, I find myself wanting to like go deeper into each of your responses. And I'm sure that everybody in the attendees panel, I can see people who I know are very, very active in their own EDAs. I see Evie from or Evelyn from Alberta, you know, Ian Pinot, James, John Rice, Michelle Bowman. Like, these are all people who are very active and probably just gleaning your tips and advice like a sponge here. So I really appreciate everything that's being said. We could probably extend this conversation to like 3 hours, but we're going to keep it to just one. In the interest of time, I'm going to combine questions 2 and 3 here a little bit, and maybe, you know, not everybody needs to speak to the question, but if you have something specific that you'd like to share where you think your EDA has, you know, a leading best practice, you know, put up your hand. We can take, you know, 2 or 3 of you as opposed to all 5. But I want to ask, you know, we've already sort of heard the average size of your district association, maybe how many members you've got. I'd love to hear some more about how your core organizing team is structured, maybe how many people are on that, and then how are you defining people's sort of roles and responsibilities, breaking up the work, delegating the work of running the EDA, and how does that delegation of responsibilities relate to the goals that you're trying to achieve? You know, what are those goals, and how are you delegating responsibilities to people to meet those goals? So just raise your hand if you'd like to dive in on this one. We'll go Tim and then Dan.
Yeah, thank you. Carol just mentioned the skeleton crew. I think of it as lantern keepers, people who keep the EDA alive in very thin times. And so the first thing I'd say is those folks are crucially important because of their institutional knowledge. And we've got a couple here in St. Paul's, Adam Deutsch and Bill Pegg. And sometimes they don't even necessarily need a title or a role specifically, but it's just so important that you foster them and remember them and support them in what they're doing. We had a fairly elaborate structure of titles a year ago, which we pared down this year. Obviously, those required by Elections Canada or Elections Ontario, the CEO, the financial officer. We do have a JEDI lead now, a Justice, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, which I think is important. Not something that you go and ask someone to do, wait for that person to come to you and express it. I don't think it's something that's appointed exactly, but should organically come out of the organization. Youth, I mean, I could go on about how important youth is. Talked about a newsletter. A newsletter is a great thing to give to a young person if you've got a teenage member who's eager and wants to take on a role. I think a newsletter organization, you might want to curate the content, obviously, and talk to them. But yes, you want a youth lead. And then crucially important at all points is somebody who's reaching out to the volunteers. And I think as EDA leads, we sometimes think we should be doing it all, but you can't. And you need to recognize that about yourself. So the person who's responding to the volunteer intake as it comes in, that has to be tasked very deliberately. And there has to be one person who's owning that. And the other thing we did this year is we kind of leveraged the member at large position a little bit. Various people who are, we know you're doing a lot. There isn't necessarily one job description you have, but we're going to put your name on the website because you are a member at large and you're helping in various ways. The person who looks after our website, community events and so on. So it doesn't have to be over-titled too much. Yeah, that's how we've structured things over the last couple of years.
Thank you very much. Danny and then Chad have their hands up.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. And this is an exercise our EDA is going through right at the moment, is to review roles and responsibilities. And we realize this is very important. And I also want to mention, because the EDA is a layer in the Green Party structure, the provincial organizer, in our case, Bridget Burns, is very important as well. And we all want to be in synchrony with the head office and the provincial organization and the EDAs. And we want the same message to be going across. So we just want to make sure that happens. One thing I really want to stress is, and it's probably no surprise to anybody, is your database and the G vote and having that information correct. It's been a real exercise, taking months with us to clean up the database and find dead information or duplicate information. And with that task now done, we have much greater confidence in our way to interact with our membership. On the EDA executive, of course, as Tim mentioned, because of Elections Canada, you have to have the CEO and the FA. And beyond that, we have different roles that people are filling. And the secretary is important, of course, to be keeping track of all the things we say, even when we don't remember what we say. And we had a youth outreach person. With the pandemic and with her university courses, it's kind of quiet on that front right now. We're hoping to get back on that. In our riding, we have the Gulf Islands, and unfortunately, our executive had some Gulf Island members that we don't have right now, and we need that as a way of outreach to the community on the Gulf Islands. And I imagine every EDA has its communities here and there, except perhaps the dense ones in the cities. but most Canadian ridings, I would think, have disparate communities within them. So it's important to find outreach. And certainly events are one way of doing that, and having a person on council is a way of doing that. That's all I'm going to say on this right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the geographic spread across all the provinces of this panel, and also how we've got, I think, a couple of rural ridings, two rural ridings, 2 squarely urban ridings, and then like I mean, Kitchener is also urban. It's just like a smaller scale city than being, part of Toronto or Montreal. Chad, you'll be our last speaker on this, and then I'll hand over to Adrian for the next question.
Perfect, thanks. Yeah, a lot of great stuff was said, so I won't reiterate where there's overlap. The one thing that I kind of want to point out for our EDA is that we kind of, for the past 2 years, we've been building what we like to call our board procedures document. So it kind of outlines the different roles and responsibilities within our EDA and what members can expect if they take on those roles. So I find using that kind of document helps clarify everyone's roles and responsibilities and kind of like a one-stop shop, and then helps, spread out the responsibilities. So, we have an events person, members engagement, where seem to be the same, but are kind of distinct in terms of anyways, we won't get into semantics. But the point is, I think structuring information so that it's easily accessible for members, so that they know what they're getting into off the bat, helps with kind of managing expectations and longevity of volunteers, because let's be real, everyone on an EDA is volunteering their time. And so, giving clear expectations to people when they're coming on board and making sure there's a structure to onboard them onto, I think is a great way to empower people. We're big fans of leading from behind in NDG. So when members come to us with kind of proposals or whatever, we try to empower them as much as possible with tools so that they can go ahead with that project. So long, of course, that it's within Green Party values.
Amazing, thank you. I'm feeling like maybe after this discussion, there's going to be a bunch of different resources that we could collate and share. So the document, like you've mentioned, if anybody has like sort of an annual plan or goal setting, feel free to send them my way. I'll see if I can collate them and then ask staff perhaps to add them to the organizers toolkit. There's sort of a volunteer-led section of the organizers toolkit, and that way it could be a resource for everyone who's following this panel. I will pass to Adrian for the second question. I think he's having some tech difficulties, but we'll see if this works.
Yes, I'm here, everyone. Thank you. My internet is very discriminatory. It chooses the worst time to go out. So I'm back and I'm in and out. Okay, so the next question, I'm going to direct it to the women first to give us their response. So what is your best event or initiative your EDA has ever done, and why? So whoever wants to go first, jump in.
I guess I'll go. I was actually preparing to answer goal setting for this year, but I'll talk about events. One of the most recent events that we had was actually a provincially run event, and it was a trivia night that was run by the provincial, the Green Party of New Brunswick. And I think it was an excellent event for us as an EDA and all the rest of the EDAs, really, because we could actually get together and do something fun, not related to running a campaign, and yet just develop the relationships that have been so lacking, I would say, during the past 2 years through the pandemic. So it was a fun time. It was nice to be relaxed, because when everyone's in the intensity of campaigning, it's hard to get to know people as people. And I think that's something that is critical for our EDAs if they're going to grow, if they're going to live and be human based. So I would say that's one of the events that Shauna, that stood out to me. And I bring it back again to the support that we give each other in New Brunswick as just general Greens in New Brunswick. Those, whether it's a provincial or a federal election, each time that you participate in one, as a volunteer or as somebody who's actually running, it's an opportunity to really build again, do party building exercises, but also relationship building, which I think is key to developing the EDAs organically. A last piece I would say, and it's an event I would like to do. So if anyone does it and has the time to share the resources, I have it in my brain because I'm a mom, and I would love to do democracy camp in the summer with my, children in like a little red wagon, or actually a little green wagon, pulling behind me from park to park, because I think we have found through canvassing and also trying to convince people to join or vote that there's a extreme dearth of never mind interest, but knowledge in terms of how a voice matters as a vote, how a voice matters as a volunteer, how to get engaged in what is an ADA. All those things, even for very educated people, it needs to be broken down in a very accessible way. So my dream is to, and if anyone wants to do this somewhere else and build it with me, I'm just putting it out there. I would like to take the summer to use, to provide children, but also adults with the opportunity to think deeply, but in a fun way about democracy, and in an open way, for instance, in a public setting in a park, because I think we really lack those kinds of touch points with the public at this stage. And so if we can create those touch points, that would be very powerful to building EDAs for the future. And I'll stop there.
Give it that, Carol. That was some excellent ideas. I will work with you on helping to create that, because I've been thinking of events that I want to do in Davenport for my EDA. And now that we have 3 years before the next election, this is a great time to take the opportunity to build some of these events. Teresa, what was your best event in Kitchener Centre?
Well, I'm going to have to say election night in September, but it's hard to beat that, and but to duplicate that. But I think some of trying to go back on what I want that to be duplicated for every EDA, but I know there's a lot of steps there. Some of the things that we've done that I was looking back on in January 2020, I forget what it was called, but we had events, Waterloo region, there's 5 ridings in this, in the region. Some of them are more rural. Kitchener Centre is an urban one, and we worked together, and we had a social night and sort of talked about, I think, the October 2019 election and stuff like that. And some of the good social events and team building we've done with different EDAs. And it helps because when you only have the 2 or the 3 people on your executive, it brings together more of those executive members, and so you're not alone because you're not competing with the other ridings. So this is a way to build things up and to have those events. We've had combined nomination meetings as well. So the Kitchener Centre and Waterloo, and that way when one of those positions is acclaimed, you still get a room full of people and speeches, and so you're not alone, and you kind of get to grow and stuff like that. One of the things that I would like to do, and I heard this as an idea elsewhere, is to do an improv workshop, and whether that would be in that democracy boot camp. But it's great for candidates. It's also great for canvassers and stuff like that. How do you always answer positively at the door, and for speeches and stuff like that? It can help also bring confidence to people in getting those doors knocked and stuff like that. So that could be a really fun thing to do, because, you know, for people who've knocked on a lot of doors, you always get those really like weird, awful feeling interactions. And how do you back out of there? Or even just answering some of those questions and how to pivot. So yeah, that's something I want to do as well.
Amazing, Teresa. I really, really love it. Improv session for members, candidates, and volunteers. Brilliant. It's almost as important as a safety workshop for volunteers. Okay, so Anna, over to you for the next question.
Very good, super. And to all of those people who've put questions in the Q&A, what we're going to do is we're going to stop our pre-organized questions in 5 minutes time, and then we're just going to go rapid fire through any questions that have been entered into the Zoom Q&A at that stage. Part of me wants to just ask the panelists, is there anything that you want to say that you haven't had a chance to say yet? I had this other question around like, what's the relationship between the EDA and the candidates campaign, you know, which they're sort of legally separate entities, but obviously with a lot of overlap. If you want to go there, go there. But is there anything else that people wanted to communicate while we've got a little bit of an audience here about organizing an effective EDA? What are your top tips? Tim first.
Yeah, I actually wanted to speak on that point when thinking about our biggest accomplishment. Our biggest accomplishment, I think, was touching every door during the DeLuna campaign. We hit every door in the riding, and there are walk-ups, 4 to 8 story buildings that are hard to get into. That may be 10 or 15% of the riding. Other than that, they didn't all get knocked on. No, maybe a fifth or a quarter of them got knocked on. But we got to every door, and you know, as we were discussing who to bring on as a candidate, and as we've discussed provincially, it's worth remembering that our purpose is to fight elections. That is what the organizations are there for. And obviously the campaign manager and the candidate themselves do a lot of that heavy lifting and bring in their own people and so on. But the EDA functions for that reason. And ultimately what you build should be in service of electoral readiness. You know, and that's kind of like the lodestar that should always be there. So yeah, so I wanted to comment on that. And the number one tip, just to answer the last question quickly, that I was going to say is give people something to do. People need something to do. They drift when they don't have something to do. This is especially true of youth. The younger the member, the more likely they will be to drift if they're not given tasks in front of them, whether between elections or during the election itself. So that's always my biggest tip.
Thank you. I'll go to Chad for 1 minute of your most important points.
Important points, perfect. I think it's really important to reiterate what Carl said before about kind of running programs that create touch points within the community, right? Like mobilizing our members is super important. So I also want to echo what Tim just said about we need to give people stuff to do. Like you need to create structures to put people to work if they're interested, and try to find ways to really like address their greatest interests, like why are they involved in the party, and then develop programs so they can really develop that skill or explore that topic in depth. But I think too, we need to be present in our communities. And that's one of the main objectives we're trying to kind of put into force in NEG Westmount, is trying to really create touch points with community groups, run programs like democracy programs. I think that's so important, especially in our current like political landscape across the country and just like across the world, let's be real. So I think, yeah, being a source of information and a resource for our community is really something we should strive for, I think, as EDAs and as members of the Green Party. So.
Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah, I guess one of the things I wanted to bring back with the goals is what we want to do is we had a lot of people do one-time donations during the election. And our goal for this fall, we're waiting till after the provincial election, is to try and convert those one-time donors into monthly donors. You know, it can be a lot for people to donate $400 at one time. But if that person is donating $10 a month over 4 years, it's more money, right? And then sometimes they might feel they have a little bit of extra to give during election time as well. So that is something that is on our radar that we want to do. And then also, I do want to go back into, yeah, like between election time, just, yeah, working with your neighbors, like, and even for those large rural ridings, you know, if you have someone in kind of an edge area that can look after the signs in the two ridings and they feel that they're a part and it's not just a connection during election time, like you're using them, that can be helpful as well, right? Like there's been some questions about trying to get you know, different executive members and things like that. We had one member on our executive. She was actually the financial agent for a neighboring riding because they needed someone, right? So she was a member of at large at us, and then she was also helping them out and stuff like that, right? Like, got to remember to work together. These are your neighbors, and when you have a you know, a strong campaign, come on in and stuff and share that work.
Thank you. Dan and Carol have both had their hands up for final points before we go into the rapid fire round. So I'll just ask you both to be brief, but I don't want to cut either of you off. So Dan and then Carol, please.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to mention in regard to elections, a excellent strategy that has worked so well around here is having your sign team in place. And the moment the election is called, you get your green signs out, and we have a proliferation of green signs, and it's so good to now have our database valid that we can get the signs out there like that, and then the other signs follow along, although they got put out on the first day as well. But that's such a great thing. The day the election was called, the neighborhoods had green lawn signs all over the place, and that's just golden for us. And I was just going to mention, seeing it as the database is so important. I can't stress enough the database in your Google files and who has permissions to look at your Google files. This is all very important stuff, and it's all security of our own data. And it has been a job for me to take all the stuff that's been hanging around for years and help clean it up. And so this is all good to help keep your EDA working well. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the point that Chad brought up about being involved in the community. I think a great way to be involved is actually to piggyback on other events that are out there, because I think about it as a sustainability issue for us and our energy. I mean, if other single moms of young children are to be involved and engaged in our party, we need to not burden them with organizing more stuff. We need to actually get them out and show people what great people they are so that other people will want to get involved. So sign up for a run together, go out to something that's already organized together, and then advertise that.
Great, super. We're going to go into rapid fire Q&A. We're going to have one question, one answer per question that we've received in the Zoom chat. So these are not pre-prepared questions. We're just going to share them. One answer per question. I encourage you to keep it to 30 seconds or less. So just raise your hand if you want to answer them. I invite Adrian as well to answer, or if I've got an answer, I might jump in as well. A question from Dennis Bayomi. What communication tools do you use to connect with your EDA members? Just EM? Or do you use discussion or email? I suppose that is just email. Or do you use discussion or forum platforms like Slack, Discourse, etc.? In my EDA, we use WhatsApp. Teresa.
Yeah, for members, we use email during campaigns, and the executive will use Slack.
Great. Adrian, you can take the next question.
Okay, so I'm going to combine these two questions, one from Ian Papineau and Jean Reist, and I I would hope that one of you panelists can jump in. Okay, so Ian Papineau, finding/keeping a treasure has been an issue for EDA as it is more complex at the federal level than it appears at first glance. Any tips on either simplifying and or accessing assistance, guidance for someone who might be interested in taking this on? Now that's similar to John Rice's question. EDAs need help. I just resigned as CEO because I could not get along with my financial agent. When I announced it on Facebook, I got replies from other CEOs who have decided to step down. What can we do? Anybody want to take a stab at this? Dan.
Yes, thanks. And I think this is part of the role of the provincial organizer. And so as in between the feds and the EDAs, they have a job to promote EDAs, but my EDA can help other EDAs too. And for example, I'm mentoring another EDA. And so we do have EDA people with experience and they can mentor as well as the party helping organize the EDAs at the provincial level.
Thank you, Dan. In fact, thank you for, that's exactly what I was going to say. We try to organize a regional cooperation model in Ontario for this past year. It didn't work, but that's exactly the answer. We have the better organized EDAs helping the less organized ones if they have issues finding financial agents or others executives. Reach out to other EDAs that are more experienced to see what solutions they have. Yeah, so the answer is to work together with each other. Over to you, Anna.
Great. I'm going to go to a question I had accidentally marked as answered earlier. This is from Christine Elwell. What are some best practices? It's a bit hard question. What are some best practices for answering questions from members and from the public about what happened with the former leader and how we are moving forward? Dan. Sorry, actually, can I go to Tim there? Can I go to Tim? Yeah.
Yeah, we got this question a lot on doors. Because we're in Toronto St. Paul's, which is actually Enemy's home riding. There's a way to express regret that it occurred without necessarily commenting on, well, the sides involved. And I think that's what you've got to do. You've got to own it a little bit, and you've got to reiterate, I'm here at your door because I believe in this, and I'm representing my riding association right now and my candidate in front of you. You can't fight that whole battle, you know, on an email or at somebody's door. So I do think you need to own it. And there's a sense of disorganization that people will hold toward the Greens that you're probably not going to eliminate from their mind. But you own that it was an issue, you express regret for it, and you focus back on what you're doing at that moment, which is, you know, talking to them about an event, talking to them about the candidate that's 2 doors down the street, and keep the focus there. So that would be my advice.
Thank you. I will only add to that it's a team building principle that if you've got criticisms of your own team, you share it internally and you don't share it publicly. So, you know, never undermine fellow Greens, whether you agree with them or not, in the eyes of the public, and, you know, just say it was very unfortunate and we're moving on, and talk about what you are doing to continue building the party. We have 2 minutes left, or less than 2 minutes, and we will break at the hour to give the floor to the next panel. I don't want to delay their start. So perhaps any questions we haven't answered verbally, we can take a minute as the next panel is starting to type answers to, and I invite any of our speakers to do that. But Adrian, would you like to take the next question?
Yes, I think it's an important question because it involves the young members in our party. So Michael McKenzie, in our London North Centre, there are a fairly large number of young 16 to 22 age people who have a strong interest in environmental issues, especially climate change. However, for the most part, they are quite reluctant to get involved with their party, or any other for that matter. They claim that they fear that we've tried to control them, or that by controlling Greens, that they would somehow dilute their activity. So my question is, what strategies have you used to persuade reluctant youth to join the GPC and be involved? Carol.
2 things. I think one is to meet them where they are. In my provincial campaign, I was able to engage a whole bunch of rather apolitical but green, environmentally minded, let's say, people, by getting them involved in what they're already doing, for instance. The other point, I think it goes back to what I said earlier about democracy camp or democracy education, general education on democracy. I think having us all revisit the bare bones of why we do this, why we exist, is really important, because it's something that you have to be able to answer yourself, and also have that person answer to themselves. And the more you can break it down to show that not only is your involvement in this party going to enable us to fight climate change, it's really going to help us build a stronger democracy, which is so critical and taken for granted here in this country. The better we're going to be.
Thank you. I'm going to have to lower hands there. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Carol and Danny. We are 19 seconds past the hour. That was a very stimulating discussion. So thank you very much for everybody for joining. There's been multiple suggestions that we should do this sort of thing more often, share more of these ideas. I'm a big believer that change comes from the grassroots, and in this party, if we're going to succeed in getting our 12 MPs elected, it's going to be because we have really strong EDAs.
Thank you, Anna and Adrian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass over to the moderator for the next panel, and any of our speakers can answer questions in the chat that are remaining. I think it is Brian Smallshaw. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Over to Brian. Thank you so much, and sorry for taking a minute off your time. Bye.
Bye.
That was a very stimulating discussion, and I could see that one could go on for another hour or two, no doubt. Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Smallshaw. I'm today moderating the session on ecological and Indigenous wisdom at Fairy Creek. And we'll have, we are honored to have the presence of Elder Bill Jones speaking today. In the next hour and a half, we've got a lot of material that we'd like to cover. Well, I should introduce myself a little more fully first. I'm Brian Smallshaw. I'm speaking to you today from the Senchothan speaking territory of the Coast Salish people on an island that's otherwise known as Salt Spring Island. And I've been involved in the Green Party for many years, and part of the Saanich Gulf Islands electoral district. Today we have Elder Bill Jones speaking to us, and he will speak for a period of time, and then we will have Jenica Wayman and Michael Kuhn, who are founders of the Friends of Fairy Creek, and they will be speaking for telling us about their work up at Fairy Creek, and they will present a short video that was of Suzanne Simard speaking at a TEDx talk. And then Hugh Waller, who is Bill Jones' assistant, will be giving us a slideshow. And then we will wrap up with a call to action. So I got involved with the actions up at Fairy Creek, which I'm sure you may have heard of, the efforts to defend the old growth forest in November of 2020. And some Greens here on Salt Spring Island heard about what was going on, and one of them, Kathy Lenihan, suggested that we go up there and see what's happening. And we did. And we went up and we found a number of people who were very concerned about the potential logging of Fairy Creek, which is the last untouched watershed within the San Juan River system. On one of those early meetings, I had one of those early trips up to Fairy Creek. I had the good fortune to meet Bill Jones. I'm not sure if he remembers me meeting him around the fire, but it made a big impression on me and some of the other people who came from Salt Spring Island. And this
impelled us to take more action. And we really felt that what was happening was tragic and criminal, and moreover, we were extremely impressed with the people who were up there trying to do what they could by being on the ground and in the area where that was slated for logging. And so we did what we could, a bunch of seniors who wanted to help out. And so we started bringing food up to the people who were camped out up on the top of Granite Main, which is the logging road adjacent to Ferry Creek, and bringing up firewood and doing what we could to support the people up there, camping out ourselves up there on a number of occasions. And then when things got when enforcement of the injunction began in early summer, we were very involved in that, and a number of us were arrested. And as part of all of that, I was, after meeting Bill Jones and hearing his explanation of what was happening, both in terms of the politics with the provincial government and within the Bachita Band, and also the ecological and spiritual impacts of this logging that was to happen. It was a hugely powerful thing for me. And Bill Jones explained to me in a number of things that I never really had completely understood in terms of how band politics work, but also the environmental and spiritual importance of old growth forests. And I know that he also had a very important influence on many of the people who were up at Ferry Creek. So I'm very, very pleased today to have the honor and the privilege to introduce Elder Bill Jones, elder of the Bachita Band. Bill?
Hello, my name is Bill Jones. I have the inappropriate, incongruous name of given to us by the Indian agent. We were colonized and helped to be defeated by, first of all things, Grandpa told me the main assault on our nation, on First Nations, was actually the plagues. And in particular, the last plague, where smallpox devastated the whole coast, and our families were lost. Everybody over 14 and everybody under 3 died. So, and over 14 or 12, that's the time Grandpa said you learn everything, where you learn all you need to know to live and survive on the coast here. And that was gone. So we were defeated, and my people wound up in Port Renfrew. We were actually from Klaus, which is at the mouth of Nitnat Lake there. And we wound up there because we were looking for help, or what my forefathers, my grandfather's family were looking for help. And we wound up in Port Renfrew. And that's kind of awkward to explain to people, that much as my people, the Jones family, are designated from Port Renfrew, it was the Indian Act who put a stamp on us saying, you are from this reserve, you are from that reserve, and you can't go anywhere else. So it sort of helped limit and involute our world, where we dove into this small enclosure that was a replacement of or we were conditioned to being isolated via our education in the Indian residential schools. So we were taught to be isolated, be not informed, not caring about anything, and being helpless and useless. And I think that's a very persistent part of our being now. And now, coming into this modern times, we have no tools to actually say that I am me. We were taught to say I am not me. Like even my name connotes that. My name is Bill Jones. I'm nobody. You know, and I lived that way pretty well up till I was about 40 or 45 years old. And I was starting to realize that actually, in fact, I am a person. And that helped me accept this world. And then it's like being 40 years in the desert. I wound up at Fairy Creek, and that was where I sort of realized, after joining the protest, we were up and behind Fairy Creek called Ridge Camp at that time. And I realized that, oh my, I have been kept in this isolation pretty well most of my life, and that I am actually a person, and that I can say things and do things. And I think that came to me from the forest. We were all up there. We had moved to what we now had called River Camp, where I met my most gracious gentleman friend there. And we, I guess I met so many people that I couldn't keep track of who's who and what. There were so many people passing through. So we had lots of help, and our efforts started to be noted by academics and scientists and legal people. So our efforts in our persistence up there grew, and we became people who were given a purpose. There was an odd time up in what we called River Camp, where the snow and the rain was going sideways one way and sideways the other. And it occurred to me, I know what happened. We were trained this way. We were taught to do this, to be passive in our experience on this earth, and that we are to ignore what is happening, and we are to accept all that is going on and join and help, which I did in my logging experience. And so I sort of thought, maybe this happened to the whole world, that in fact all of mankind's experience on earth has been steered to a direction to help the elite. And I was working as an orderly once, and I mentioned that to a very powerful man. He was a retired general, retired, I forgot, some very high up officer in the British Army. And I told him what I understood of this world. And he said, Bill, it really doesn't matter what you say. You're nobody. And you have to be happy where you are. And he said that even though you understand this world, nobody's going to listen to you. And he said, and then I didn't know what to do. I was numbed and helpless. And I actually responded to him by accepting, of all things, what he had said to me. And that he said, Bill, working men since Roman times have made the armies, and controllers had a class to help and direct the creation of all these imperial things, and that it is the way it's going to be, and you are not going to be any influence at all to how to deal with this, what I now call an oppressive system of colonial extraction in this world. Whoops. Oh.
I think some other people here are getting, there's some kind of emergency alert coming through on cell phones.
Oh,
and
my
I think
goodness.
that's what it was, kind of startling, but anyway, sorry.
Maybe it'll help me too.
Bill, I wonder, I understand that you have a video to show us of some of the things
My
that
friend here, Hugh, who's the
I do have a video. And after we see this video, I wonder, I've received a number of questions from people who would like to hear what you have to say. Perhaps following the video that you could take some of these questions.
Okay.
Is Hugh able to bring up the video?
Yes, right now. I hope.
And we may need a little help from tech support in sharing the screen.
Oh yeah, I definitely will need some help because I need to be. Oh, I might be able to do it. I think there we go. Is it showing?
Here we go.
There's a few seconds of this so you can read the
I stand with the chief. This is the chief of the San Juan Valley. This is his territory that these people are not letting him access to his territory. His name is Victor Peter, has a history of the oldest family in the Pacheedaht Valley. And he has something to say to me in front of you.
I gotta see out of Bill. You gotta cut the tape.
Okay, as an order from my chief, as he's elder, I cut the tape. All I need is a pair of scissors. I ask you, policemen, you escort my chief to where he needs to go.
Sheriff spokesperson for the group, what's your intention?
Bill.
Soldier Bill, what's your intention?
We are going to follow our chief.
Yourself and Victor?
Victor Peter.
Yeah, Hereditary Chief Victor Peter.
Yeah, and his guests will join him. You policemen, clear the road. Escort our chief up to where he
Yourself
needs to go.
and Hereditary Chief Victor Peter are welcome to come in. It's your territory.
Well, then, we must escort him to where he needs to go.
Absolutely.
So we clear the road and we'll get in the vehicles. And our guests will join us.
I'm not sure that's, I can't necessarily authorize that, but yourself and Hereditary Chief Victor Peter will not be impeded. If they want to come up, they can come up. You guys can come up. Yourself and Hereditary Chief Victor Peter. Absolutely. So, again, Hereditary Chief Victor Peter, Elder Bill Jones, will gladly escort you up. I'll ask about the media. I don't see that being an issue.
Our chief wants his guests to join us.
I don't think that's, I can ask. I don't think that's going to be.
It is not your land. This is the land of our chief, Victor Peters. And my people that you are denying. It's called the custom of sharing. When you speak, you have witnesses. When you do acts, you have witnesses. These are the witnesses of your denial and the Crown's denial of our rights to be free in our own land with all our people. And that is a shame that you are serving a crown that has crushed so many millions and millions of people, as is witnessed up in Kamloops right now. That your shame can now go with you, as you know that their deaths are an exact consequence of your pillaging and dominating this land to reap the benefit of your rich. And you want us to submit to your etiquette when we know we have custom of welcoming our guests. That is an affront to our chief and to the Pachinot First Nation. And you must go with your shame of the death of all our First Nations children in your schools. I am now angry, I am hurt, I am humiliated, as I have been all my life, by the dominance of a colonial system that taught me to be ashamed of myself. When in fact now I know that you are serving a crown that has no shame. And that crown has no shame and dominates and crushes people.
So, Hereditary Chief Peter, gladly escort yourself up.
I need my nurse with me. I'm
Okay,
not
so
very
bring
well.
yourself, and I have no problem. Let's bring your nurse, your comfort person with you.
And 2 witnesses from your guests. Okay?
I think.
Is that okay with you, Chief?
Sure, I'll need a second vehicle. I'm pretty sure I can arrange that.
They have their vehicle. Meanwhile, I can say we are going to address this.
Hop in the truck. Let's go.
For my ancestors and my lost women. Get going.
That wasn't the deal. That wasn't the deal, guys.
There's like 1,000 of us. What
It wasn't the deal.
There's like 1,000 of us. We're protesting. Yes! Yeah!
I don't know how to stop it. Control. Come on.
That was amazing. It shows that shows the power that we have and the power that you have, Elder Bill, and the strength in numbers that we achieved up at Fairy Creek. I have a number of questions, Elder Bill, from some people, some Greens, and I'm wondering if you might be able to answer them. From Sinclair Phillip in Souk, could you tell us why old growth forests and even individual trees have been an important part of your life? Why are they important to you?
Oh my.
That's a big question, I'm sure.
It's a very all-enveloping question. It's the world, the whole world is designed and evolved from the needs of a tree. It will design the bugs, the birds, the whole ecosystem to dress around our great mother. And she has designed and refined all that she is in the forest, and that it's a circle around her. The old growth forest is the home of a multitude of animals, birds, insects, animals, and insects. So that is a main part of her stature in our experience on this earth. Then also when that tree dies, or when it diminishes and loses its leaves, it becomes a home of bats and woodpeckers and birds. So all the time that it is standing up, it is serving life. And when it falls down, it continues to serve life. So that is why a tree is always a most important structure in our world, as we now call our ecosystem. So that is why old growth has to be respected and kept, along with a main reiteration by my grandfather, who said that you go up there, you do not cut down the trees, you sit, you do not think, you pray and meditate if you feel that will be helpful, until your mind is actually what he called blank. And I think that is what this world lacks now, is that sublime connection of the sharing of the all in what Grandpa called our blank state. And I feel that now we have to save the old growth in view of global warming, and weather will be getting worse. And so, yes, it has to be saved.
Yeah, it's certainly, when you are in those forests, it's a powerful experience. The individual trees are individuals, and you feel that, like as you say, these aren't just, it isn't just a tree, it's a whole ecosystem unto itself. It's a habitat for so many other creatures. And even, as you say, even when it falls down, it continues to support life. From David Murner in Souk, what steps can Greens take to engage Indigenous people in the Green Party? We voted today to amend the Green Party constitution so to include 3 Indigenous representatives, 1 First Nations, 1 Métis, and 1 Inuit representative. on our federal council. Are there any other things we can do to reach out to Indigenous people and especially Indigenous youth?
Oh boy, myself, I think just recruitment and education is our main tool right now. And that is a part of our Green Party that we must continue developing and sharing with this world. This world has been taught to deny itself, and I think it's now our duty to help this world re-enlighten itself to the caring nature of our Great Mother.
Yeah, re-enlightenment. I think that is what's needed, and I saw that process going on a lot last summer when so many people, especially young people, were up at Fairy Creek, up at the camps along Granite Main. You could see that for a lot of people it was an enlightening experience, and I have to give you credit for inspiring so many of them. I think at this point we're at about half an hour into our session. I would like to introduce Jenica Wayman and Michael Kuhn, who are the Friends of Fairy Creek. They've been involved in organizing elders up at Fairy Creek, and I would ask them to give us an overview on what they've been doing and what their strategies are for helping to preserve the old growth trees. Oh, I think you need to unmute yourself there. I think you're.
Thanks so much, Brian. Actually, according to our schedule, Elder Bill had some more time.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. Well, then. Oh. Okay, yes. Okay, I guess that's true. Yeah. Far be it from me to cut off Elder Bill from speaking more.
Well, we just love every word that Elder Bill speaks, especially when you talk about the Indigenous connection to the family, the tree people, your family tree people. We love that so much, and that's going to be the theme of our talk today. So you actually have till 12:46, and then
oh my gosh,
talk about the dry stuff, the legal and the biology, which my husband is really good at. So just continue with your beautiful stories, Elder Bill.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I loved it, Elder Bill, when you talked about the need for the Green Party to be sensitive, that the Green Party represents the sensitivity of Canada. And all us Lady Greens were so grateful for you to say that, because higher, deeper, more sensitive solutions. We are the beating heart of Canada. Please go ahead.
Yeah, well, oh boy, it's rather uplifting to realize that actually some people are starting to listen, and that one gentleman up Fairy Creek there said to me, if you have 6% of the people in this world listening, you can change the world. And that occurred to me, that's also our village, our small village, is a sort of a microcosm of this whole world. And there are very few of us here, there's just two I know of personally, who we call Whaletail and me from the Pachina First Nation, who are listening to our Great Mother. And we are trying to spread our experience with this, our Great Mother, to others, and let them understand that we have to connect from the high up to the lowest waters. And when we do that, we can connect, and we do regain and re-inherit our spiritual connection to this world, which is essentially what my people were. And I think that likely is probably the only hope that this world has right now with regard to rising oceans and spirit and global warming, and that we have to readapt. When my people were pushed back and forth by the Ice Age as it receded and advanced, it didn't just come in one big blob of pushing all the way south and then went away back north. It sort of diminished and advanced, diminished in stages, so that my people persisted on the coast here, adapting to life next to the ice. And when we did that, also in the same symphony, that our great mother designed and made the forests durable and strong to endure her cold winters and ice. Along with that, she bred the fish that were cold water fish that were used to going up into the ice in the mountains and laying their eggs. And that was Fairy Creek. That was countless creeks around the west coast of North America. So that ecosystem was unique and special to our great mother. And that has been pillaged and decimated by colonial economics, where we go out and conquer and actually, in fact, destroy. And that is exactly what we've done. And I was in my young manhood a part of that pillaging and destruction of our great mother's gift to us. And that is the sad part of my life. Now, in the last while, and especially from my experience at Fairy Creek, I am now realizing that we are it. We are the messengers of our great mother. We are the green shirts, we are the green trees, and we will carry messages to all, and we will help, and we will change people. Tlako, tlako.
Elder Bill, actually related to that, you know, in how Indigenous people have been in some cases sort of co-opted into the colonial system. Have a question here from one of the participants, and actually I remember you speaking about this up at Fairy Creek. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the tension between Indian Act band councils and traditional chief systems, and how they could possibly evolve in a good way.
That is a very pondersome question and delicate question now, as far as the politics on my reservation is concerned. The Indian Act was altered and misused to box in the band councils. I don't want to be too offensive in this word, but we were used and coerced into accepting alternate terms and conditions that was not good for our people. In particular, the bands were let to have no accountability to the providers, the federal government, and that they were allowed to be free with all the budgets. And then the government let the bands move towards not being accountable to their people, to band members. So we wound up with a system that had no meetings and no information flowing to the band, and all the decisions were made between the federal government and the council, who were skillfully manipulated by the federal government and the provincial government. And then the companies got the hang of this. They said, "Oh, we got a good thing going there." And then we wound up being tricked into signing crippling contracts with my people. And this is a very explosive thing that I can share with the Green Party, is the fact that now we have a system all across Canada where the federal government, to get what it wants off for First Nations, manipulates via regulations and orders in council to let the bands go to where the government wants them. And that is a very crippling thing for the rights and freedoms of First Nations members, whereby they're not let to be aware of what's happening in their councils, and then always find out after the fact. So that is, in other words, our decisions are coming from top corporate people instead of from what people want. And that, therein lies the big problem of actually, I feel the whole world is run by coercive regulatory means and orders in council by governments to steer and get, say, the Site C dam okayed, get the pipelines built. And that, I feel, is a part of the world, of the struggle that we have to face, and let this world know and be able to comfort themselves in the fact that they are now learning the truth of how we are governed. And that is a sort of a quietly gentling thing for me to realize that I can say this to people now, that general, the brigadier general, said to me, "Nobody will listen to you, Bill." Well, maybe not to me, but to the truth. And I think therein lies our great, great weapon, our great tool of helping this world, is by helping it face the truth, in particular with our diminishing resources and deteriorating climate and our destroyed ecosystems. So I think that's what we have to do.
I think that what we saw in the video there of you leading the way past the representatives of the colonial power was a powerful example where they came to say, no, you and the hereditary chief can come through, but nobody else can come through. And I was very impressed by the way you said, no, that's not the way it's going to be. And then all of these people streamed past and basically ignored them. And that was a powerful thing. On a wider scale, I hope we can do the same thing, like you say, enlighten people to the fact that this is the power structure that exists, that it is this corporatist power that is trying to manipulate people to do what they want. And yeah. I wonder if there are any other questions out there that people might like to ask. I will check our rocket chat channel here. And well, I don't see any other questions. Jenica and Michael, would you like to continue here?
Yes, thank you so much, Elder Bill. I'm always deeply moved by your eloquence and your presence and your leadership. And when you say we need to expose the truth, this is the next part of our presentation. I'm going to introduce myself and my husband. I'm Jenica Wayman and Michael Kuhn, and we are co-founders of Friends of Fairy Creek, Saving the Tree People. And that's what we're going to do. And we're very close to it. So Michael is a biologist, a marine biologist, and he was Director of Strategic Land Use Planning for the province of BC. He's now retired, busier than ever, working together with Friends of Fairy Creek to save the tree people. Michael will give a 20-minute talk approximately on the biology and legal aspects of our strategies to save Fairy Creek. And following that, we will have a 19-minute video by Dr. Suzanne Simard, who is the best-selling author of Finding the Mother Tree. And Elder Bill referred to the network, the connection of all of life at Fairy Creek. And Suzanne has, you've probably heard of her. She has presented the trust and respect of the relationships that make up the complexity of nature on a TEDx talk. Then Hugh Waller, Elder Bill's assistant, I can't tell you what a gem Hugh Waller is. He is going to give a slideshow of Fairy Creek and some heart-riveting before and afters and some comments. We'll have a call to action, what you can personally do to help. And there'll be a 5-minute break. And then at 1:30, Anne Mortefi and Michael Kuhn will present one of the major solutions, conservation forest communities. I should back up and say that we're very grateful to speak to you today from the unceded lands of the Lekwungen Nation. So Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Jenica. And thank you, Elder Bill, for such an inspiring words. What I want to do today is to go back and get a little history about how did we get here? How did we get to this place where governments seem not to listen to the people? And so I'm going to go back, take us back 20 years or so to the year 2001. And what happened that year was the NDP government of the day, which had created some very good forestry legislation and this whole management system. It was very kind of command and control in the sense of that there was a lot of government regulation. There were a lot of guidebooks written about how the forest licensees were to accommodate wildlife and water and viewscapes and et cetera, and different species at risk, for example. And then the election came and the Liberal Party of British Columbia won on the vast majority government. I think there was only 2 NDP seats left in the government at that point. So what happened, what unfolded then is a reflection of the key values of that party. And if you go to their website today for the Liberal Party British Columbia, you'll see 2 values. One is conservatism. The second value is neoliberal economics. And the latter is what I'm going to focus on now, because that is the system that was very trendy across the world at that point in time in the early 2000s. The neoliberal economics is about two things. It's about deregulating government. In other words, freeing industry of constraints that were put in place to make sure that there was some more balanced approaches to the way industry acted in the world and used resources that were common property. And the second point was a major thrust of that whole concept is to privatize the commons. In other words, put into private hands as much as possible the common resources like forest, like water, like minerals, like whatever, okay? So the whole, and land, as much of the common land to become into private hands. Pardon me. How that rolled out in the forest world, pardon me, give me a drink here. Sorry.
A little break here. By the way, while he's having a little drink, the NDP that he was talking about is not the NDP of today. The NDP is riding on the laurels of the previous NDP before year 2000, and it isn't the same.
Right. So what happened at a time in the forest world was that the Forest Practices Code Act was essentially eliminated and replaced by the Forest and Range Practices Act. And what that act did was two things. It basically turned over regulation of the industry to the industry. And the second thing it did is it brought in a professional reliance model. I'll explain that in a second. But when these things came in, what went out were all the people in government that were science creators that provided good scientific advice to government about how they can manage resources, and all the people that were involved in the monitoring of how industry was working on the land and enforcement of the rules. All that went out, and all that came under the power of the corporations that had secured government tree farm licenses and other forms of tenure. That all happened, it came to bear in the period 2001 to 2004. And in that time, approximately 350 acts and regulations and various rules and orders and guidelines that were protecting the environment, protecting common interests like watersheds and soil conservation, and all these things were just out the window. They weren't there anymore. So now now 20 years later, this is why we have the system we have now, where there's a remnant of old growth left on the coast. And the public is strongly in support of protecting that remnant. And but the government has been working with industry. Actually, that's another aspect of neoliberal economics, is that the government agencies that were previously regulating and monitoring the resource uses by private interests are now not doing that. They're captive to the industry. They are promoters of the industry, not managers of the resource for the public interest. That leads us to the circumstances that we see and have seen at Fairy Creek, where we saw hundreds of brave and committed forest defenders guided in their nonviolent approach by Elder Bill. And also, what I want to talk about a bit more now is that there were also a largely unseen group of citizen scientists, biologists, who were working through the woods, the remaining old growth forests in the Fairy Creek area and elsewhere, and studying and monitoring and looking at what species are here and in what numbers are they to be found. So over the last summer of 2021, they accumulated quite a large amount of research, which was all formally documented and submitted to the BC Center for, I think it's called the CDC. And So that once it was there, it is available to the public and to the industry. And one of the key things I want to focus on in this discussion is one of the species at risk that inhabits old growth forests is a little seabird. Think of a fat robin size, so quite small seabird called the marbled murrelet. If I say the word mamu, that's just short form for marbled murrelet. The murrelet spends most of its life at sea, foraging for fish and shrimp-like crustaceans, where it dives down as far as 30 meters into the water, swimming with its wings like a penguin. Oddly enough, and quite unusual for seabirds, where it goes to nest is in the upper third of old growth forests. To be old growth, a tree has to be a minimum of 250 years. And in the Fairy Creek area, there are trees, old growth trees that are as old as 1,500 years plus. So these are the trees that are the only nesting sites for marbled murrelet. And if those trees are not there, the marbled murrelet will be extinct. It's that simple. That's the only place they nest. They nest on branches this wide, big wide branches that only occur in these ancient trees that have sort of a platform on the high branches where there's still some canopy overhead to provide some protection from predators, aerial predators. They don't build a nest. They just settle down. When they fly, they just do a stall landing. They land on the branch with a thump. And there they are at their nest site. And at the top of these branches are covered in moss and other epiphytes. And that's the nest. They lay a single egg and they raise one chick a year if they're lucky. And so the citizen scientists that summer monitored from a camp called Helicamp in the Upper Granite Creek watershed. And they used radar and they used other system just listening because marbled murrelet has a very particular call, and they're most active in the pre-dawn hours and within 1 hour of sunrise and at dusk again. That's the times they're flying around. The rest of the time they're out fishing or sitting on the egg or with a chick. And so this was all recorded and published with the government authorities in the summer of that year. Now that area below Helicamp had been a pre-approved cut block. And the scientists were of course hoping that this information would inform the government and inform the license holder, and then they would change their harvesting plans because these trees were nesting places for up to 100 marbled murrelet that were recorded through both radar counts and audible, just hearing the sounds of birds. So that meant not only were they an incredible, beautiful forest of majestic trees, some of the biggest around, and also home to other endangered and species at risk, like a lichen, which grows, it's called the old growth speckled belly lichen, which is very rare and only grows on the oldest of old growth trees. The road that went into that cut block actually wiped out most of a stand, one of the most biggest stands of speckled belly lichen that's ever been found anywhere. So this is the kind of damage that's being done. Now, I think I've covered that ground a bit. And so, well, what happened was that the logging in this area was imminent. And Elder Bill, bless his soul, with his team, wrote an impassioned letter to the Federal Minister of Environment, Stephen Guilbeault. And that letter was hand-delivered by our own Elizabeth May, put in Stephen Guilbeault's hand. And his comment when he received it was, "We're working on it." And I think other than a response that came probably from the secretary saying your letter has been received, there's been no response since then. So I want to fast forward a bit now. What is the Friends of Fairy Creek Saving the Tree people up to?
Michael, it was all logged.
Okay.
10%.
Oh, well, the issue was at that point is that, thank you, Jenny, for reminding me, that Elder Bill's plea was that if you do not take emergency action as authorized under Section 80 of the Species at Risk Act, the federal act, this area is going to be logged, and this incredible forest and the habitat for marble mule is going to be gone. And it could happen anytime within the next couple of weeks. So immediate action is required. Well, immediate action didn't take place. And the area was logged. 90% at least of that cut block is no longer there. We just have a field of stumps where before was this lush, beautiful forest of ancient trees. So we were, working like Brian. We weren't active, like being arrested and stuff on the front lines, but we were providing funds for the legal support of the protesters that were arrested, and attending rallies and writing letters and articles and cooking food and having it delivered up to the forest defenders. But we could see that the one thing that wasn't happening was nobody seemed to be working and trying at stopping the old growth harvesting legally. And so that's where we decided to focus. And so what has come up? And so we started researching. I mean, there's so much information out there about how forests are managed in the forest legislation. It's like a huge onion with multiple layers trying to come to grips with, well, where's an angle? Where's a hook that, the act that says forest licensees must do this thing, and if they don't, they're subject to some kind of penalty. We didn't find such things. And we found also that there is a body of law in the federal government and in the province that is being ignored by everybody in government. So, in fact, there are laws that prohibit the disturbance of nests of marble murrelets, both federally and provincially. But they've been quietly hushed under the table and not implemented. And in fact, a provincial guideline that proposes to address these went out and reminded the license holders that, we can say that, we're only going to enforce this, don't disturb a nest of a migratory bird during the nesting period or nesting season. That's the way it was being interpreted in British Columbia. But in fact, the law is absolutely clear. There is no disturbance allowed, period, at any time of the year. So the government, noting that, wrote a disclaimer clause in their guidance. It says basically, the law says you can't disturb these nests. You're going to do what you're going to do, but know that you could be in violation of this law. Okay, so so the industry knows that they could be in violation of disturbing the habitat of these marble murrelets, which means if they're cutting down ancient forest, they are disturbing the habitat of marble murrelet. Then we started looking into the forest company that has the license. It's called Teal Cedar Products Limited. And the tree farm license is called Area 46, Tree Farm License 46, which includes the Fairy Creek area. They are, their current license is up for renewal in June of this year. So they've been submitting, as they're required to do by legislation, their documentation for public review. So we've reviewed, and many of our colleagues, hundreds of our colleagues actually, have written comments on these two documents. And one of them, the management plan number 5, gives this kind of statistics. The area of productive forest area within tree farm license 46 is 57,000 plus hectares. Of this, their own data shows that there's only 3,800 hectares of trees older than 250 years old, which is old, the definition of old growth in coastal British Columbia. Further in that same management plan document, they provide their cutting schedule, what they're proposing to government and they're asking for approval for, and that is to harvest all of that old growth over the next 10 years and then turn back to harvest back. This is the point, turning back to go back to harvesting second growth. So what we need to know is that until the last couple of years, the industry has already been harvesting, basing its harvest mostly on old growth, mostly on second growth. When it became apparent that there was a strong and building public support to force government to protect the remaining old growth stands, the industry went full bore. Let's get what we can now before we can't have access to it anymore. So that's what they've laid out in their plan. That's the plan that they're going to government with. We're going to eliminate the old growth. We're going to harvest it all. So that news came forward, and we've written many comments, like I said, and we CC'd the government, the Premier and the Minister of Forests and the Chief Forester and all these things. And many people on this call actually were helpful in submitting comments to that. So we have a situation where we know that the migratory bird is being harmed because its habitat is being removed. We know that the industry is hell-bent on leather of getting as much of that old growth cut as possible, as quick as possible. What came new in the late fall last year, we actually not until the spring, but a paper was published in 2021 by a group of local scientists that have been studying marble murrelet for years, and it was kind of a review paper of the status of the marble murrelet population, starting from 1996 and going through to 2018. And what they showed was that there was a 2.4% per year decline in the marble murrelet population over that time period. So then we extrapolated that forward from 2018 using that same 2.4% per year up to the current 2022. And what we find is that 48% of the population that was present in 1996 is gone. And the clear consensus in the science is that that reason that they're gone is because their old growth nesting habitat is gone. So on that basis of this new research, and also I want to state this, that the federal government designated marble murrelet as a threatened species in the early 2000s. Their own policy says that within 2 years of designating a species that's threatened or endangered, they must develop a recovery strategy for it. Now that recovery strategy didn't get written until 2014. And it was just updated a bit in 2021, in December this year. And that policy says that we are, that the goal is that by the year 2032, we are going to retain 70% of the marble murrelet population and its habitat, 70% by 2032. Well, this new research shows that they're already way over that. They've lost more than 30% of the population. They've lost 48%, and we're nowhere near 2032. So on that basis, we have written a letter to Minister Guilbeault and his partner, the Honorable Jonathan Wilkinson, who's the Minister of Natural Resources Canada, pointing all this information out and asking them, begging them to do three things. To immediately stop all logging on old growth forests in TFL 46 until sufficient marble murrelet nesting habitat has protected been protected to meet the recovery strategy goals. Second, to apply the same rationale to all of the coastal British Columbia until the full requirements of the Mammoo recovery strategy have been met. And as part of that whole process, to negotiate with the BC provincial government and relevant Indigenous groups to bring an end to logging of coastal old growth trees. So that was submitted, and just a few days ago, the 24th. And our plan is to give the government a couple of weeks to make some response. And if they don't, we're then going to go to the courts. Because you can see from, I think, what we presented, that it's just an ironclad case. There's all this law that's been ignored and broken, and this recovery strategy is already out the door because of the population decline. It's now been recorded and published in peer-reviewed literature. And if government does not take emergency action.
So have you established a legal fund to fight this case? Is there lawyers assembled and so forth?
A small cadre of people have committed the funds to get started.
Brian,
Okay? So,
once, if the Minister Guilbeault has the ministerial authority under Sarah, I think number 80, to stop the old growth logging. And I'm afraid that Minister Guilbeault has been convinced by the NDP government that the deferrals, everything's fine in BC, just like the public think everything's fine. Meanwhile, it's all being logged. 3/4 of it are being logged.
Right.
So unless Minister Guilbeault exercises his authority to stop the old growth logging, we're giving him 2 weeks. Then,
right. Yeah, I just want to know that, of course he has the authority to do that, but we need the legal resources, the lawyers and the money to pay lawyers to fight that fight, because he's not likely to just roll over and do that.
well, we've got that handled. Basically, I won't go into details. We don't have time for that. We will be doing a global press release, and we've got the initial funds handled by a small group of benefactors. It goes beyond. We're really going to appeal to the world to help us, and we've got a media team that is ready to go.
Right on.
So we are so glad that you Green Party people care so much, and we may be appealing to you. We probably will be, but we're okay for now. We can launch.
Good.
So
Good. That's great to hear. Yeah, because I mean,
complete.
We can expect a fight on this. They're not going to, even though, I mean, you're presenting a strong case. I mean, they're bound by treaties and agreements and so forth, but they've demonstrated in the past that they don't consider those very important, and they march right over them. So to stop them, it's going to be a struggle. And having the lawyers and having the other resources in place is very important, I think.
We've been working on this intensely, day and night, for many months.
Right.
We have several strategies in place. We are ready to go. The old growth logging will be stopped.
Good. I think here in our talk here, we're kind of running out of time, and I'm wondering if the
next talk.
I'm sorry.
So we can go right into Dr. Simard right now. We'll be okay. No worries. Everybody take it easy. We're just
except that's going to take about 20 minutes or so. We're at 1:15.
Okay, Brian, because he's at 1:30, and it can go longer into the 1:30. So let's just relax. We're fine.
Okay.
Thank you so much for moderating.
Beautiful. Okay.
Are you ready, Hugh?
Are you ready for Dr. Simard's video link?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Susan's.
Suzanne Simard's.
Yeah.
Share sound. There we go.
Hey, we're on, Hugh. Good
You
work.
did it.
Good work, Hugh.
Third time lucky. I think. Why is it not running? Oh, here we go.
The Coast Salish people say Netsamatst. For thousands of years, they lived it. But we didn't pay any attention. Most of us have forgotten that we're connected to each other and to nature, that we are one. That nature is not some separate thing, but an intimate part of us. And what we do on this earth ripples through our ecosystems, our web of connections. Now the signs are undeniable. Climate change, species extinctions, human suffering, we have forgotten. But for their faith, that people are connected through spirit to forests and oceans and rivers and bears and salmon, the Coast Salish people were ignored. But truly, it does come down to a matter of faith, to trust and respect the relationships that make up the complexity of nature. But we said, that's unscientific. Western science requires exact measurements, visible proof, statistics. But make no mistake, the Coast Salish people were deeply scientific. How else could they have lived here for over 10,000 years in such prosperity? In fact, they were more scientific than we. For us to look any deeper, that would have hampered progress. There are trees in those forests, and our buildings need wood, and our printers need paper. We need to cut down the forest and replant those trees. Now, how do I fit into this? Well, I come from a family of loggers. And while my family was up on the mountainsides cutting down trees, one here, one there, I was playing in the forest below, in the places that are seen and unseen, in the trees and the logs and the forest floor. And I believed that fairies lived there. And their job was to live in and protect the forest, just like my job. But the fairies couldn't save that forest, and neither could I. Actually, nobody could, because the owner of the patch had to cut it down to feed his family. And that moment changed me forever. Actually, it motivated me. And I went to school to study forestry. I wanted to understand the mystery of why forests felt so powerful to me. I wanted to save forests. Ironically, though, the first job I got coming out of forestry school was to mark old growth trees for clear cutting, and then to replant those clear cuts with fast-growing firs and pines, and to weed out the unwanted species, the alders, the birches, the aspens. And you know, well, it's because we considered them competitors, interfering with our profits. And I got pretty good at creating these shiny new monocultures. But you know, the questions kept piling up. Why was disease spreading through these plantations? Why was cutting out birch making the fir so sick? And I was also increasingly worried about the increasing rate of clear cutting. You see, I'd learned in school that about a century ago that in Canada, in British Columbia, they developed this cutting plan to cut down all of the old growth trees in the working forest. I knew about it, I'd learned it in school, but it took me a long time to realize that the cutting was not going to stop, nor the attitude we could convert these old growth forests into nice, marketable, neat plantations. It seemed to me that there was more to the forest than meets the eye. So I returned to graduate school, and I became fascinated with the underground. I wanted to understand the mystery of why these old growth forests were so powerful. So I looked at it, and they were examining seedlings growing in the laboratory and colonized them with this fungus. A fungus connected the seedlings in a web, and they transmitted carbon from one seedling to the other. A mycorrhiza is literally a fungus root. In this symbiotic association, the fungus grows through the soil, picking up nutrients and water and bringing them back to the plant and trading them for photosynthetic carbon. It's a symbiotic, mutualistic, reciprocal relationship. And most fascinating to me that these fungi could connect plants below ground. So I thought back to my fir forests, and I wondered, could the fungi colonizing birch actually connect with fir and protect it? So I did some research. I wanted to find out. My first question came back to that faith thing again, even though we can't see it. Could these mycorrhizal fungi be connecting trees below ground? Well, it turns out that they can in real forests. Using DNA microsatellites, we uncovered this network in an old-growth Douglas fir forest. In this picture, these circles represent Douglas fir trees. And the bigger and darker the circle, the bigger and older the tree. And those small light circles in the middle, those are the seedlings growing in the understory. And these lines that are linking the circles, those are the interlinking mycorrhizal fungal highways. And you'll notice that the biggest, darkest circles, the biggest, oldest trees are the most highly connected. So we call these hub trees. And later, more fondly, we started to call them mother trees. Because it turns out those mother trees are nurturing the young seedlings in the understory. Now this map is of only 2 of what we think are 100 fungal species in the forest. Could you imagine if we'd been able to map all 100 species? Next, I wanted to know what might be flowing through this network. Well, it turns out the very things that plants need to survive and grow, things like carbon and nutrients and water. So we use isotopes, carbon isotopes, and we label plants, and we were able to see that carbon transmits back and forth through this network, like messages transmitting through the internet. And when one seedling is under stress, if it's small or shaded or nutrient poor or senescing, the other plant sends more carbon. So we figured out that it follows what's called a source sink gradient, from a robust source plant like an illuminated birch tree to a needful sink plant like an understory fir tree. And all this without harming the source plants. The next thing we wanted to know was, so this happens, but what does it really matter in forests? Well, it turns out if you shade one of the plants, if Douglas fir is shaded in the understory, birch will send 10% of its carbon. And that's a lot of carbon. That's enough for Douglas fir actually to make seeds. Now, we haven't figured out precisely what the amounts mean, but we do know that this transfer increases the survival and growth and health of the seedlings growing in the understory. Now, I published this work in some pretty good journals. This particular article struck a chord. Lots of people were enthused. In fact, there is a whole bunch of new research all around the world that was inspired by this paper. But there were also critics who tried to discredit my work. In fact, there were a lot of papers written, keynote addresses given, press releases. And back home, a professional ethics letter was actually put on my file. And my work was called A Dog's Breakfast. Now, I know that you know that this kind of intimidation is actually not that uncommon with breakthrough science, especially if it challenges the status quo. Knowing this didn't stop me. I knew that my science was sound and rigorous, and I knew that one day it could change the way we view the environment. So, really motivated, I returned to my original question, because I still hadn't quite answered it yet. And I wondered, could these webs, these networks, serve as more than just avenues of exchange of carbon and nutrients and water? Could a tree that's under stress, diseased, actually benefit from the help of its neighbors? Could birch be helping fir? So I did some more experiments, and it turns out it does. When Douglas fir is under stress or disease, it sends warning signals to its neighbors. And the neighbors respond by increasing production of their defense enzymes, and they're more resistant to disease. And if that neighbor is a birch tree, the fir benefits from the antibiotic-producing bacteria that are associated with the shared network. It's like a public immunization system. And I wondered, could there be more than defense signals moving? Well, it turns out that trees can actually recognize, transmit messages to their relatives. A mother tree can recognize whether seedlings in her neighborhood are her kin or strangers. She sends more carbon to kin seedlings than to strangers. And if the mother tree is injured, she sends even more carbon to her kin seedlings. It's as though she's passing her energy, her legacy, to the next generation. Now, when I look at all this together, it's though these trees are sharing their deepest secrets. This is breakthrough stuff. It's pretty exciting. You know, at the time, there were actually many articles written, popular science, documentary films. It was the word was getting out, and I was really, really excited. But I got cancer. And that was really awful. But you know, the beautiful thing about this is that it reconnected me with my people. My people, my family, looked after me. They held me. They helped me up the stairs. They cooked my meals. They looked after my children. They saved me. And back in the hospital, I made even more connections, strong ones, with other women fighting breast cancer. And we were really afraid. And we cried. But we also laughed. And we still do every day. We've become so tight, we're like this tapestry that's knit together in a tight weave. When one of us stumbles or bends, the others are right there to pick her up. What I've learned through all this is what my forest had been trying to tell me all along, that these connections are crucial to our well-being. They're not easily seen, but they're real. And you know what? I'm living proof. And I'm really grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Now that I'm strong and healthy again, I've returned to my science. And I'm asking other questions. My first and the most important question to me is, what can our discoveries tell us about how to deal with our biggest threat, climate change? Yeah, climate change is no hoax. In fact, we can't kid ourselves. There is no fancy engineering that's going to get us out of this mess. What my discoveries have shown me is that the answer, the solution, lies in our relationship with nature. And in doing this research, I went to the Aboriginal people. I'm doing my research with Aboriginal people who are, as you know, dependent on the salmon, have had a long relationship of stewardship of the salmon, which then helps with their livelihood, is crucial to their livelihood. So in the fall, when the salmon are spawning in the rivers, the bears come down to the river, and the wolves, and they feed on the salmon in the spawning rivers, and they carry the salmon up into the forest. And underneath the big old mother trees, under the sheltering crowns of the mother trees, they feed on the salmon. And in the fall, the leftovers decay and seep into the ground. And we think that the big mycorrhizal networks of those mother trees soak up that nitrogen. And scientists have discovered traces of salmon nitrogen in the tree rings, stored there for centuries. And what we're going to do this summer is go back to these forests, and we're going to trace whether nitrogen, and we think this is happening, moves from mother trees to their neighbors, from tree to tree to tree, deep into the forest. And we think this is tied to the health of the forest, which of course is tied to the health of the rivers, which of course is linked to the salmon and the health of the salmon populations, which is of course feeds back to the oceans and comes back to us, the people. Now, this circle of life, what our Aboriginal ancestors have called reciprocity, is the trading of mutual respect. And this is a really good example of what scientists are calling complex adaptive systems. Now look, forests are built on relationships. In a healthy forest, everything is connected and communicating. Here, these nodes represent the species, and they're constantly relating to each other. And it's out of their interactions that emerges what scientists are calling complex adaptive behaviors or higher system level properties, things like resilience and health, the cycling of clean air and clean water. But you know, in modern society, we view ourselves separate from this, somehow entitled or superior, or at the minimum, we take it for granted. But the thing is, when we take out key parts, like the grizzly bears, we trash the salmon populations, these systems rapidly degrade into what we're calling wicked stable states. Now, this is not somewhere we want to go. Wicked stable states are unpredictable. They're contradictory. When you try to fix one problem, another problem shows up over here. And the way things are going right now, with our forests dying from climate change, which feeds back to more climate change, this is happening really fast. But here's the beautiful thing. It's precisely because they're complex adaptive systems poised for change that we can change this trajectory from negative to positive. Here's how we do this. First, we've got to reimagine ourselves as part of this network. Imagine yourself listening to all the other creatures. We can tap into that below ground network and become part of the conversation. If we'd done this, we would never have cut birch out of those forests, the Douglas fir forest, because we would have known it undermines the resilience of the forest. But we're still doing that. But I'm still very hopeful, because I know that once we tap into this complex adaptive system, into our role in it, we can change our thinking. We can change our behavior. We can become part of this great system. Remember when birch was sending nutrients to fir, and fir was sending them back to birch? Do you remember that? Well, this just proves that in ecosystems, there is no bigotry. There's only reciprocity, only mutual respect. Just like in my cancer support network, that's what we practice. So finally, thirdly, I know that once we understand that we are deeply part of nature, really part of nature, not separate, that we can become part of the great strengthening, that positive trajectory. We have to stop treating nature as our shopping mall. And once we do that, we can change the arc of the future. Once I thought that fairies connected and protected the forest. And now with my science, I know I wasn't that far off. Using science, I've shown that precisely these unseen connections exist, just like the Coast Salish had been telling us all along. The science has shown that everything is connected and communicating with respect and reciprocity. And out of this comes balance in our communities and our ecosystems. And it's based on principles like kinship, respect of elders. And this gives rise to complexity and adaptability. And out of this, of course, we have resilience. Resilience to deal with things like climate change. So I want to leave you with one final hopeful message. I know, based on my experience and in my science, that you too can own this, that we are one. Thank you very much.
We are one. I'm so fortunate to have such great teachers as Suzanne Simard and Bill Jones, and I understand how it's interesting to see how what she as a scientist is confirming what Indigenous people have been telling us for a long time, that we are one, we're all connected. There should be reciprocity and respect in all of our relations, and all of our relations, as Indigenous people have been telling us, aren't just human beings, they're the entire natural world. And that's an important lesson for us to learn if we are to continue living on this earth. Now, I think Hugh will give us a land acknowledgement and has some slides and updates on what is happening up at Fairy Creek. Hugh, I wonder if you could proceed with that.
I'll try that. As soon as I bring up the, just a minute, gotta close that window, open that window, and share this screen, I hope.
Got the two, right?
That one.
Well,
okay, can you still hear me?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is a picture from the head of the Fairy Creek watershed, the Fairy Creek Valley. And Bill knows this view better than I do. And I'm just going to move that over there. Okay. The next picture is the Fairy Creek headwaters of the creek itself, where all that water starts from. That's another shot of Fairy Creek Valley from a different angle. This picture was taken by Joshua Wright, who got this whole thing started, got the whole Fairy Creek movement started.
Joshua Wright.
Joshua, what did I say?
Right, and see the little girl there in proportion to the majestic old growth tree.
Yeah.
Is that
Joshua
Titania?
Wright. Sorry?
Is that the tree that they've called Titania?
I have no idea.
I encountered a very large yellow cedar up around there that was actually given a name, and an absolutely spectacular tree.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a picture taken by TJ Watt, of TJ Watt. Don't know how he did that, of a very large cedar. So TJ has took most of these pictures, and there's Ken Wu in a stump. Yeah. And TJ standing on a little stump beside a big stump. And all these stumps are in this
heartbreaking.
In this really big. I'm not sure who that is, but these are pretty sad pictures. The trees in the wrong direction. And that's what the forest looked like when it's gone. Just a big, devastated mess.
Heartbreaking.
And all those mycorrhizal connections torn to pieces by the logging. That's a really moving picture. So this is what the forest looked like before the white man came along and started hacking and destroying it. This map here shows the old productive old growth in 2012. And the next one will be what it looks like now, the highly productive. Michael may be able to comment more on this.
Yeah, Well, it's the same map as the earlier one. It just shows these some areas that are shown in the purple that are very highly productive, most likely valley bottom old growth forests. And just to show here, I don't know if you can see my mouse. This is the area. This is Fairy Creek watershed here.
Yeah, right down here is Fairy Creek. I think Michael's talking about this bigger purple blob here.
Yeah.
Of what's slated to be cut next. And one more picture. Oh, Bill.
Yes.
So I think that can pretty well conclude our time, Brian.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for those.
And Michael and Jenica, thank you so much.
So
I think that we will be adaptable as the forest. We'll skip past the 5-minute break, and Michael will skip his part and just introduce Anne Mortefi, and Anne will tell us juicy stories about how she began the vision and the successful application of conservation forest communities. And Anne, if you could talk for 15 minutes, then we'll have 5 minutes to wrap up and talk about action plans, how our viewers can help us.
I'll stop the sharing so
Okay.
that Anne can be on.
Okay,
good.
Thank you, Hugh. Thank you,
And
Bill.
coming on, I'll just introduce you to people that don't know you. Anne, I have known for at least 20 years, and Anne is well known as an environmental activist. She is also very well known in a whole other vein world. She's a tremendously talented artist in many different fields. She is a songwriter, a singer, a writer of scores for ballets and operas, I think. And she's written a number of books. Just a very prolific creative soul. And so we're very happy to welcome her here. Did I say that Anne was also invested in the Order of Canada for her work? I'm not sure if it's for her arts work or environmental work or all of
it. Yes.
That's right.
Contributed to Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really, really thrilled to be here. And I just have to say how exciting it all is, and how powerful to know what Suzanne has been doing. You know, I've read her book, and it validates everything that led me to create the Trust for Sustainable Forestry and the idea of conservation communities. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the Klahoose, Schlaman, and Humalco nations unceded territory, and that my interest in the forests, I was born in Zululand, and I spent the early years of my life on a sugarcane farm. So I spent a lot of time in nature. My grandfather was involved in creating the Shushlui and the Umfolozi Game Reserve to protect the white rhinoceros of Southern Africa, which is now extinct. And that was heartbreaking for me. And that's what led me into my passion for nature. I was incredibly blessed at about 17 years old. I was writing the music for a play called The Ecstasy of Rita Joe. And I ended up becoming good friends with Chief Dan George. And he told me a story that really changed my life, which was that when the children were very young, they would take them out into the forest and tell them that if you get lost, you can speak to the standing people and ask them to lead you home because they saw you come. They know the way you came. And I just thought it was a just charming, lovely idea until I got utterly lost in the forest in the late fall with a friend of mine. We were renting a little cabin in the woods in Milwaukee, actually, and we didn't know the area at all. We'd headed off on this little journey, and what happened was it started to snow, and the snow was coming down in giant flakes. So we said we've got to go. We've got to find our way back. We'd already hiked about 2.5 hours. So we put our pack together and we looked around the clearing which we were in. And because everything had got so filled with snow, you couldn't see 2 feet in front of you. We didn't know which way to go. We couldn't find the path because the path was not a big path. And I said, I suddenly remembered what Chief Dan had said. And I said, why don't I ask the trees? They'll show us the way. And he looked at me and said, you're out of your mind. Like, let's get branches and build a lean-to and make it through this till tomorrow. And I said, no. Anyway, I won't get into the whole tug of war that went on. I walked around the circle and I talked to the trees and I said, I know this is true, and I am asking you to lead us out of the forest. I know you've seen us come in, and I believe you'll help me. And suddenly I saw a branch that was clearly pointing in that direction. And I said, Bill, we should go this way. We should go this way. And he said, Anne, there's a branch pointing in every direction off that tree. And I said, yeah, but that branch is pointing that way. And that is what it wants me to see. And he got very frustrated. I said, I tell you what, I'll follow this. I'll follow my guidance. I'll get back and I'll bring you help. I'll break little branches along the way and bring you help. Well, that didn't go over anyway. Anyway, so I start walking. He starts following me, and every so often I'd see another branch pointing a different way. I don't know where I was, but I just trusted. And I walked that way and then went that way. And then about 2.5 hours later, maybe 3 hours later, it was getting dark, and it was like somebody popped my bubble. And I just started to weep. And I said, I am so sorry. I can't believe I was so stupid. You know, I guess maybe I didn't want to stay out for the night, et cetera, et cetera. And I buried my head against his chest and said, forgive me, I am so, so sorry. And now it's late and it's cold and it's dark. And then suddenly he said, Anne, is that a light I see over there? And I looked around this tree and yeah, there was a light. So we stumbled through the dark over to this light, and we were at the back door of the little cabin we were staying in. And that changed my life forever. And so when the land next door came up, I live in a conservation community. We've never thought to call ourselves that way. There's 13 families, and there can never be more. That's our agreement collectively. And now we're putting that into covenants, and we're on 150 acres. So I live in a forest. I know where the wolves go through. I know where the little huts are of the various animals that live here. And I love being in right proportion with the land. I love knowing that I am not cementing over everything that needs to flourish. So listening to Suzanne Simard is such a blessing for me, because I realize what I know instinctively, she is proving for us in a very logical way. The land next door to us, through which we pass for about 1.5 miles to get to our property, was coming up for sale. And the only people bidding on it were clear-cut loggers. Because right now, our forested land, there's only 2 options in how to protect them. One is, or what to do with them. They're either sold, usually to a clear-cut logger, and then they are devastated, and then it's rezoned to allow a subdivision of 1 house per 5 to 1 or 10 acres. And so you buy a lot that's basically covered with stumps, and the groundwater has been devastated, and all the underground that goes between the trees is all dead. So you're buying dead land that is going to take a lot, and a lot of it, you know, the topsoil corrodes off if you're on a hill. And I mean, the devastation is massive. And so 3 of my neighbors and I said, we've got to do something. We've got to save this land. And which we put a company together that we called Eco Initiatives, Inc. And it meant eco-forestry community opportunity is what we named, why we called it ECO. And we saw a way for us to create another community like ourselves that could help pay the many dollars, you know, I think it was $1.4 million, if I recall, of which none of us had the money. I actually got on my knees to Weyerhaeuser and begged them to carry the mortgage for a year and accept us as the ones buying the land, which they did, which started the worst 3 years of my life, but that's another story. I mean, it was, and that's when I decided I wanted to create the Trust for Sustainable Forestry so that other people like myself and like my neighbors who went in with me on this, that we would have a model that could help other communities to save their forests. So we saw that because land, forested land, is either bought to be clear cut or people go together to try and find enough donations that will allow it to become a park. But there's nothing in between. And we wanted to create that in-between vision where people of like mind could come together and build a community where you cluster the homes to a large degree, and you create almost like little hamlets that look out on the forest. So we're all in nature, but the rest of the land is left to flourish and grow to old growth characteristics. So what happened was we did that. It was a very long and arduous process. And as we moved along through the 5-10 years it took us to finally get everything sold and out of like debt, serious debt, we wanted to create something that would allow for people to really move forward and save their green spaces. So the Trust for Sustainable Forestry has two visions. One is to transform from clear-cut, industrial clear-cut logging to ecoforestry. And with that, we have partners at Wildwood and the Ecoforestry Institute that work with us. And the second is to create conservation communities that allow people to live in a way that allows the animals, the trees, the water, the air to flourish all around us. So it's a way to finance conservation is what I wanted to do. I didn't want to create another foundation that was constantly looking for money. I wanted to create something that could ultimately be self-sustaining and support communities to be self-sustaining by financing conservation. So on the land next door, we actually were able to build the 15 houses that went on the 150 acres. One house per 10 acres is what we did. And that would allow people, that allowed for us to save 95% of the land. Is still growing as it did. We have an industrial site there where there's a young couple creating incredible cupboards and things like that. Could you put on your mute, Michael?
Sorry.
Okay. Where people could. So in our community we have a miller, we have a young couple making beautiful doors and windows and cupboards, and it's allowing us to live and work in this conservation community where people can flourish together. We share gardens. I just put in my root cellar, which I'm very excited about. And what's happened is we've really moved out now into, I've been working with Doug McCarroff, who is a wonderful urban planner and has worked creating sustainable communities around North America and the world, actually. And he and I and our board are working to create a whole package where you can have, you can come to us and we will help you to do what you do. So that's what our vision is. The beauty of having, our second project we did was in between sort of Nanaimo and Victoria, 1,000 acres of land, which we were able to save. And the model is it's either 5 to 15% of the land is what you allow your building to go on. And you create things that would allow for small workplaces, people who work in the forestry, different kinds of forest industries, like mushrooms and berries and salal and the various things. But it allows the forest to grow back to old growth characteristics, and allows people to live as communities like the forests are communities. It's a wonderful thing to feel that you're part of the ecosystem as opposed to the user of an ecosystem. So we restore biodiversity, we restore old growth forests. It ensures that any harvest will be the most ecological that can be possible. And we created a zone called community land stewardship, which allows for these one house per 10 acre, but you cluster the houses, and smaller roads, buried infrastructure, things that really keep the forest as healthy as possible. We're working, Doug is now working to create a whole teaching, and he's teaching, he's got several communities, especially on the Gulf Islands, that are very involved and wanting to learn. So that's what we're doing. And Doug and I actually are going to come on March the 30th, and we'll be with Creatively United for the Planet, and give a presentation on what we're doing, that if you want to take it further. So they are at creativelyunited.org. And the Trust for Sustainable Forestry is sustainableforestry.ca if you want to learn more. And we're very keen to connect with people to see that our vision works not only with forests, it works with grasslands as well, where you take a very, very small section. It's like what they're doing in, and I think a lot of my way of thinking about this came from the fact that the game reserves in South Africa have small areas where people either buy in or takes a week or 2 weeks a year, I can't remember what they call them, but where you can come and stay on, and that protects the elephants and all of the game, what happens on the game reserves. And I see these community land stewardship zones being able to be that, where you protect, you live with the animals, and you live with the trees, and you live with, you protect water, you protect air, you create local jobs, you find ways of communities supporting communities, like Suzanne was talking about. So that is our vision. That's what we're doing. I know we don't have too much time left. Michael, is there anything you wanted particularly to add to what I've said?
I think you said everything that needs to be said in a beautiful way, and I love your storytelling.
I think what you've presented here, Anne, is really exciting. Where I live here on Salt Spring Island, of course, we're experiencing huge development pressure.
Absolutely.
In the little forest that I live in, right across the road, a very wealthy person has bought it and has spent the last 5 years building a 15,000 square foot house and completely terraforming the land, completely changing everything that was there. And I've listened to heavy equipment operating 5 days a week, 7 days.
Oh, I'm so
52
sorry.
weeks a year, and it's terrible. And I think what you've offered here of suggesting some kind of a middle way between complete
devastation
with no people,
yeah,
and complete development, some kind of middle way in between is exactly what we need. I think that's
so
fantastic.
Too.
Yeah.
With regulations to protect privately owned land, which right now don't exist.
Yeah.
Right. I think, unfortunately, we're out of time here. We have to wrap it up, and this has been an amazing session. I've learned lots, and I've had the opportunity to to hear from some of my great teachers. And I thank you all for participating today. It was fantastic. Allison, I think you're about to introduce the next speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for Elder Bill and for Ann Mortefi for being our guest speakers today, and for Jenica and Michael and Hugh, as well as Brian for being a wonderful moderator. Thank you so much for all of that. Actually, GreenTalks is going to be taking a break for about an hour. I'm to send everybody over to the policy side because that's where the keynote speaker is going to be. So we're going to be shutting down here for an hour. We're coming back at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific for Paul Manley. But for now, if everybody wants to migrate over to the policy side to hear the keynote, I will possibly see you in an hour. Enjoy the keynote. Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Allison, and looking after us so beautifully.
This has been such a rich
session. And emails in the Rocket Chat. If anyone wants to get in touch with us, we'd love to work with you and create more solidarity for Friends of Fairy Creek, saving the tree people. Thank
I'll
you.
put some contact links in the Rocket Chat.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. You were great.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Allison.
Bye, everybody.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.